Are we streaming yet? Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well rested and ready to go. Today, we have two important topics, fraud and going concern, to discuss today. Before we turn to those topics, I sent everyone a note to highlight today, this morning, IAASB issued a statement related to assurance on sustainability reporting in their work. And they're in particular highlight the encouragement that they've given for our efforts and IAASB's efforts in that regard. I think there's a high degree of coordination going on already, but also a high degree of joined up thinking in terms of what needs to get done. It gives me a lot of confidence of the decisions we're making at the board this week and leading up to this week and going into tomorrow. It's worth you taking a close look at some of the areas that they highlight in their statement as we start getting into the details tomorrow. It's been a lot of work with them and others to get to where we are today, and I'm thrilled that they've recognized our efforts. It's not dissimilar to their efforts on the IAASB side. So we have a great relationship with IAASB. We certainly really value their input, and we will take their input very seriously and consider its impacts on the project. We also closely engage with the FSB and other standard setters and regulators on this topic. And there's been one of the things we don't highlight is too often enough, maybe, is the amount of interactions that's happening between the official communities and us as we prepare this overarching standard. We saw that this week too, the European Commission joined our meeting for the sustainability portion. They are an official observer, have the right to attend any sessions that we do, but they're strongly interested in our efforts as well. And you heard their comments on the record as well. So huge thanks to everyone involved in this. Thank you to IAASB for recognizing our efforts, and we know the hard work is still ahead of us. It's only appropriate, I think, that at this moment I turn to our fearless leader on sustainability, to our fearless leader, who also happens to be our fearless leader on fraud, and begin the session.
Thank you very much, Tom, and good morning, everybody. This morning we have two topics to put before you and discuss. The first one is transparency in the auditor's report on fraud, our very favourite topic. And we're going to discuss with you the feedback we heard from our discussions with investors. And I'd like to thank the task force members who participated in that outreach over the period between June and July. I'd particularly like to acknowledge Jesper, who did an incredible job and showed incredible patience and tenacity in setting up all of those interviews. It was a huge task, so thank you, Jesper. As we engage in discussion, I ask that the board members share reflections or that task force members share any additional reflections on what you heard at the particular meetings. In my opinion, the investors shared with us a wealth of information, and their perspectives, I very much hope, will be helpful as we go forward. Sally Ann is going to present on the topic of transparency, and then I will take the questions. The second item we're going to deal with is identifying and assessing the risks of material misstatement due to fraud. And thanks to both Josephine and Jesper for their continued work in advancing the drafting in this area, and also the valuable input provided by the task force. And Jesper will take us through that section after the break. We think potentially we might take longer on the transparency of reporting, so that could go into the second session. And task force members, please feel free to speak up as we progress this session. Okay, we had a discussion with CAG, and when I have finished this slide, I'll hand to you, Jim. The first reaction we had was that the representatives expressed different preferences for different options, and they raised the concern that in certain instances, the auditor was providing more information in the auditor's report than management was required to disclose in financial statements, and that was of great concern to them. We also heard that they were interested in pursuing option 5, that is reporting on significant deficiencies in internal controls relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud. They had mixed views about whether the proposal should apply to limited listed entities or all entities. The second issue that they identified was that the disclosures should be entity specific, not all of the significant risks need to be identified. There were comments to avoid boilerplate language when the auditor reports on fraud risks, and that the task force should consider disclosing only those risks of material misstatement due to fraud that are unique, rather than the standard ones such as management override, misappropriation of assets, etc. In summary, on that point, users are looking for meaningful information. On the introduction, they made the point that quantitative and qualitative characteristics are important when you are determining what is material in terms of fraud. And they also talked about the primary responsibility for the detection and prevention of fraud being management and those charged with governance, and that this should be clearly highlighted in the standard. Moving on to the SMP letter, which you have all got a copy of. Their preference in terms of the 5 options we have consulted on was to have a CAM-like approach, that is, use an existing mechanism. And they also expressed concern about disclosing original information in the auditor's report, and the concerns around confidentiality. So that's what I think we heard from CAG and SMP. Jim.
Thanks, Lynn, and that is quite similar to what I heard since we were both there. But I think I don't say the general consensus, but there was a lot of discussion about internal controls and looking at, for example, if you have fraud, I don't know that you want to get ahead of management and proclaim there's fraud, but what auditors can do very effectively is identify deficient controls. And I think that may be one way to sort of demonstrate that the auditors are considering fraud is through the internal controls. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. And I have no doubt that Sally Ann will build on those comments. Over to you, Sally Ann.
Thank you very much. Would you mind advancing the slide, Lynn? Thank you. So I'm just going to share with you some overview and some perspectives as it relates to our interviews that we held. So by the numbers, we had 21 interviews with 24 users. There was a diversity of users. We had those that represented the retail community as well as institutional investors. We covered 13 jurisdictions over 4 geographical areas. We also presented the 5 options that you see outlined on the slide today. 1, 2, and 3 build on one another. 4 is the CAM-like option. And then number 5 is what Jim very eloquently referred to, which is reporting identified significant deficiencies in internal control relating to the prevention and detection of fraud. Now that, as you all know, is a new option. We didn't share that with you when we presented in June, but we did give you some more information as it relates to that in the paper. So hopefully you've all had an opportunity to read that. I would say, just like the CAG in our discussions with investors, option number 5 definitely drew the most interest and discussion. And then the other area that I just wanted to highlight, and I know we addressed in the issues paper as well, but the importance of the public interest framework. Just to remind everybody that it's clear that while it recognizes the interests of all stakeholders, it does focus primarily on the interests of users, specifically investors and creditors. When we did our outreach, obviously it was with the investor community because those are the respondents that we typically don't hear from. And I would say in the issues paper, we really tried hard to faithfully represent and capture their perspectives in terms of what we heard. Next slide, please, Lynn. All right, so this deals with the framework that the task force used. And you might say, well, why did you develop a framework when you had all these options that you could select from? Well, the reason is we needed a framework to develop the way forward, since we had a variety of views expressed in our feedback. And I say variety, you know, there were definitely common themes, but obviously our investors came from their own unique perspectives. And so developing a framework allowed the task force to synthesize what we heard and also avoid a discussion on the merits of each of the individual options. And so that's the framework that we used on the slide. And what was clear was that the task force heard a resounding call from investors for additional transparency in the auditor's report. So we used the framework in coming up with our initial recommendation that we're going to discuss today with the board. And that is, we are proposing to enhance transparency in the auditor's report by using a separate, sorry, I'm eating the microphone, by using a separate section that shares the auditor's responsibilities as it relates to fraud. It also discloses the identified and assessed fraud risks and the auditor's response to those assessed risks, and then also deals with the identified significant deficiencies around the prevention and detection of fraud. The other area that we did talk about with users related to the scope, and we did ask, or they did share with us their perspectives on whether this proposal should be applicable to listed or all entities. We obviously shared that information with you in the issues paper, but this is just more for your information at this time, because it doesn't form part of our initial recommendation, as we recognize it's too early to make those decisions at this time. And that concludes the section of the presentation. Lynn?
So that therefore takes us to our first 2 questions. The first one asks whether you agree for your views on our proposed way forward, and what Sally Ann has just talked about are A to C. If I can just, the biggest surprise for me personally of those interviews was the incredible consistency among the investors about internal controls. That was the major topic of conversation and their major interest. And it was a way of flagging what could go wrong that they were interested in. So the first question is, and we're not expecting consensus here, we just need views at this point in time. Is this heading in the right direction? Does this resonate with you? And then any initial ideas or opinions you have in terms of listed entities or all entities. Back to you, Tom.
Okay. We'll start taking responses to questions. I guess they're not questions, matters 1 and 2 on this slide. Bill.
I've come well prepared for this one, so I was ready to speak. Full credit to everything that's been done, the interviews and the information gathering and the framework. My one question is that we should not make, or not, it's not a question, it's actually a suggestion. We should not make a decision on transparency in the audit report on fraud without having a larger discussion around transparency in the audit report, full stop. That is, we're going to have the same discussion on going concern. We've recently just issued something to do with independence on pies. It does seem to be that we probably should sit back and reach a position as a board on the benefits and disadvantages of extra disclosure and distinguishing between boilerplate and entity specific, and leveraging from the work we've learned from the introduction of CAMS some years ago. So we've been there before, and we've had experience, and we've now got a wealth of more background. Now I could argue we go and do a lot more research into it, but I'll pause it there and say the key thing I think is to have an overall conversation, bearing in mind the suggestions from the PIOB is supporting transparency, but how to actually make that transparency as effective as possible so that we do get the right messages to users.
Adam.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Bill. It is something that I have in my mind as well, and don't get me wrong, I'm for additional transparency, but it's much more how do we do it? Well, is it going to be a plethora of different things that we're going to bring in different areas, or and I would also encourage that we sit back and does this still make sense, and do we still have a coherent auditor's report? So thank you for setting that up. And thank you very much, Lynn, for the papers and the work being done. The interviews must have been a lot of work, synthesizing and getting all the comments in the right bucket. I appreciate it. On the other hand, it is a relatively limited group, which seems to be driving quite a bit. And I guess overexposure will gather more views, but it's pointing us in a certain direction where I'm wondering, it's great to explore. Well, we definitely should take note of what they've said and explore that further. And I think this discussion is part of it. The internal control deficiency just for the purpose of the board, my background is from the Netherlands, and we have instilled requirements for transparency very much along the lines of option 2, 3. So we have that in operation, and it's rather boilerplate because it is dealing with the fraud risks, which of course include management override of control, revenue recognition, and it gets old from my point of view. So there's an element of relevance that you want to bring in there. I understand a view that maybe internal control deficiencies may be a way of bringing more relevance to the transparency. But I have a significant struggle with this because the audit is not designed to discover all internal control deficiencies. Well, we have different frameworks for it in the US, for example, and in Japan, I think as well. But the ISA audit does not. And in audit, if two similar companies where one takes a more substantive approach versus the other could result in very different outcomes in respect of the identification of significant deficiencies. Our framework is not very clear as well as where that threshold really sits. Well, in the US, you have material weaknesses, which is a much clearer threshold. So I see a lot of problems with it. In addition to it, it goes a bit against my grain that we are reporting them and management is not reporting them. And I think that is and it's potentially misleading as well. It may shed a lens on something that may not be appropriate. I've trying to work up whether I could see a way out of this, and there is a framework. Well, the COSO has this fraud risk management guide out, which could be a framework where to assess management against a blanket all internal deficiencies, because the regular auditor, if there is a significant deficiency, I could probably argue that any of them would have a fraud aspect to it, because it is a significant deficiency. It could be manipulated, so I'm going to report it. So everything gets reported under the header of fraud, again, losing the relevance of the transparency. So maybe to target it more as to what we expect management to do in that area may be more relevant. Just as a suggestion on this topic, but I struggle with this. It does bring me to the other option that one of the investors raised, and that is a statement by management where the auditor then says something about. And I would encourage you to explore that a little bit further. I think that will raise a much more robust discussion between the entity and the auditor. And if that gets reflected in the financial statements versus and the auditor's report, I think that could be valuable to the users of the financial statements. As to the options that are in front of us, I think we've heard from through the various interviews what they believe are the benefits of it. But I think it's also worthwhile to do an impact assessment of what these options would mean. Some of these would and particularly potentially the significant deficiencies one could be difficult in certain legislations, and I think it would be necessary to do an impact assessment of these various options to see whether it's actually workable or not. So thank you very much. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. I want to remind the board of where we were in terms of the holistic approach to auditor reporting, because we could change our board stance on this, but we agreed recently that we would allow the projects to pursue a transparent focus on transparency individually, and then we would think about it at the tail end. The risk is that we delay our absolutely essential work in the public interest on these topics, and we are doing auditor going concern and fraud simultaneously. So the benefits of one discussion clearly will have an impact on the other. I'm also slightly concerned that people think that what we're doing effectively on the conforming side on the IAASB code has much bearing on this discussion. So we could change our previous board decision on that, and that would be an interesting change of position. But we did discuss this quite considerably over a series of meetings, that we would allow our discussion on transparency to proceed on both fraud and going concern on separate tracks with the eye to each other as we do each one. And one of the interesting insights I took from, which was surprising to me, but relates to behavioral issues that the users gave, and it's in the issues paper, was the power of having a separate section on fraud and how that focuses attentions, regardless of what the content is. So to me, that's a really interesting insight that we should account for. So if we want to change our position as a board on terms of holistic consideration, happy to have that conversation, but that would be a significant change in the way we laid out the project. Pat Morton.
Thank you. Coming after Ido is difficult. He explained this very well. I think my view similar is that transparency is good as long as we give the right information. And whether we're there with what the users want or need, or if their expectation really is something else than what we can contribute at this point, that I'm not sure about yet. So it seems like the expectation is that we probably do more than what's currently within our framework or in our standards, as Ido also explained. And some jurisdictions do more in certain areas here, and some of that is driving the expectation and the need for transparency. So it's a tricky one to decide where to go with. The information we're to give needs to be helpful for the users. So yeah, I'm not sure that I have a great solution to this. Thanks.
But wasn't this what some of what we're here is response to users? Like what I heard Ado say as it relates to control was not that he objects to control. He wanted some more focus on the attention on on how it was done. Like, was that a read? Right, read?
Yes, that is a read. Yeah, and it needs to be in the area of fraud. So significant deficiency is a very broad term, and it's lacking focus at the moment. And also, I indicated there could be some issues in the reporting thereof in certain jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel. Lynn.
Clarify a couple of things. It's certainly come up in our discussions with investors that point around the overall picture and what the total audit report looks like and whether we're keeping it all together. The approach that we've been taking is to say, of course, we're talking to the going concern people. Of course, we are looking at all the projects and we will bring them together. The interesting thing from investors was we actually don't care how long the audit report is, as long as it's useful. That was which was interesting to us. We'll read it anyway, was their answer. In putting together this proposal, we haven't just taken what the investors said. We've also used all of the discussion paper responses, and we've brought those together. And additionally, the discussions we've had around the board table to date. So it's a three-part picture that we're putting in front of you, not just the investors picture. Because if it was just the investors picture, you'd have a different answer than's on the board.
Okay. Thank you. Isabel.
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Lynn and the task force for this work. I never expected to have so much feedback from the investor side. And I know it's not easy to reach with them because they are not often structured in such a way that we can liaise with them. I support much of what Edo has said, and also much of what SMPAG has written in its comment letter. I believe we can easily add something in the auditor's responsibility section on fraud. That's a quick fix. That's a first step and does not create any issue. Having a mandatory CAM is a possible way forward, but is worth pursuing. But the challenge will be, as it has been highlighted by SMPAG, the risk that the auditor becomes information provider. As there are normally no or very few disclosures in the notes to the financial statements about fraud or internal control, because that's not the natural location of such disclosure. You may have some in management report, you may have some elsewhere. In many jurisdictions, you don't have any public report from the audit committee. So it's something that is nowhere, and the auditor will be the only one to say something on it. So it would be a very big challenge, I think, because that's a border that is very difficult to cross to provide information, and it may create some difficulties with the audited entity, and also maybe also legal difficulties because there's the secret of affairs. Regarding the significant deficiency in auditor's report, I believe it is really challenging if the auditor is not providing an opinion on the internal control. So if it's not in the scope of his work, and Edo has said that more beautifully than what I can say. We already have 265 to report these significant deficiencies. It works well. Some jurisdictions have added a mandatory formal report to the audit committee from the auditor to the audit committee, where these deficiencies are formally written and discussed. Not sure we can go one step further, especially in the jurisdictions when internal control is not the purpose of the audit.
I think, Josephine, you came in with a two-handed response. Was in response to what you just heard?
It's just generally, I want to speak up. I'm a member of the task force, so apologies for piling in here, but I'm slightly concerned that, and so I just want to be frank, I'm slightly concerned that this is clearly what we're presenting here is what we've heard from the users of the report. The auditor's communication is only through the auditor's report. We've had this conversation, and as Lynn rightly points out, we've also looked back to the previous feedback that we've heard. And this is what they're telling us would be really helpful from their perspective of the users of our auditor's report. This is the only means by which we generally have to communicate to those users in this space. So that kind of goes into part two again. Do we need to differentiate? So I think what would be helpful from my perspective as a task force member is A, B, and C. This is what we've heard they'd like to see and hear about from or read about from their own perspective. Can we therefore think of a way where we can practically deliver on this? Rather than we're always going to have challenges in all sorts of jurisdictions with what we put in an auditor's report. We had a comment on going concern, which we'll talk about this afternoon, about original information. 701 has lots of fantastic guidance on original information and helps you to navigate through some of those difficult practicalities. But it's more from my perspective, I feel like this is what we've been told they want to read about. So I feel that we should then do that, and we should support that. That's in the public interest. And it's thinking more about how can we do that, and how can we therefore support auditors overcome some of these practical difficulties that Isabel raised and Ado raised. You know, that's our role. So I feel a little bit like there's it would be helpful for us if you could help us work out how we can deliver on this ask, and how we can overcome some of those practical difficulties. And so I just wanted to make that point, because I'm fully behind this personally as a task force member. because that's what we've been told they want to see in our reports. So I just wondered if when people are feeding back to the task force, if they could actually think about how we might resolve some of these issues that we're going to have to overcome in this reporting. Thank you.
Anyone else from the task force want to come in? Diane?
And I hope what I say is, just hope it's my views. I agree with everything Josephine said. I would just put one small caveat on that, and it may not be small. As Ada pointed out, it was a relatively small sample size. So we heard what everybody wanted. We also, as Jim, consistent with the CAG, we did hear a lot of interest in controls, but it was a relatively small sample size. So I just want to provide that context as well.
I have some background in statistics here. We get about 100 comment letters on average for thing. We got 25 very focused. This is the most detailed outreach we've ever done to investors. And they are, I think we got it from a pretty broad swath. So I just want to be careful about how limited this was compared to other outreach. And I think we did this partly because we've been guided by the PIF that it's been so important to go out to reach out to investors. And in fact, I think it's been incredible how broad the outreach has been to investors, recognizing they don't represent necessarily the whole range of capital market investors in the population. Lynn, were you about to come in?
No, thanks, Tom. I let the comment stand.
Billy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And I think you summarized it quite well in terms of the sample size. You know, I was just, when I prepared for this, I was just reflecting back on when we started with this back in 2020, at the beginning of 2020. At that point, we drew on the information we had at that point from various other projects, and that's why fraud came onto the agenda, because it was an item that was from previous projects and from previous outreach we did, was an important area, and that's why we took it on. Then we had the discussion paper. Apart from the discussion paper, we had targeted outreach, we had roundtables, we had board discussions. Those board discussions led to a project proposal, and the project was set up in a certain way. We've continued with targeted outreach. We did this outreach specifically to users. We've received feedback from the consultative advisory group, and we continue to get mixed views. And I suspect if we go out and increase the sample size, we will still get mixed views. So I think we're at the point where it doesn't matter what we do, we're going to get mixed views. And we can do one of two things with those mixed views. We can either say, well, no, there are mixed views, so let's not do anything. Or there are mixed views, but we owe it in the public interest to try and attempt to address the transparency issue, because otherwise in 2 years' time, it will again come up because it's not going to go away. So we need to address it. I also agree with Josephine, the matters that are brought up in terms of disclosure is not required by the financial reporting framework, providing original information, and even the point about that in certain instances, disclosing or communicating certain information should be precluded, are all things that we already address in our standards. Those are all things that can be replicated for any decision we take in terms of transparency. We clearly identify that there are instances where it would not be appropriate to report certain information. And use, for example, the guidance we already have around CAM to address matters in terms of where management has not reported something or providing original information. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Billy. Warren?
Thanks, Tom.
The invisible man on our screen.
I shouldn't be invisible, heavens, and I've been sitting here for most of the time thinking that I was visible. Sorry about that.
Now you're there. You emerged. It's that fog out of the...
Well, at least everyone in the room knows that I don't sit staring at myself during the meetings. Thanks, everyone. I'm not sure, Lynn, to what extent your sort of sample sizes include all of the additional interviews that you and I chatted about a few days ago. We had a good discussion, and I just wanted to put a few points on the record. Before I do that, just a quick comment on the views about sample sizes in general and how many respondents replied and so on. You know, my sort of personal opinion is that it's not really about a sort of a vote. It's not as if we're trying to appoint members of parliament and we need to count how many response letters we had and how many were in favor and how many were against. I mean, that's certainly part of the analysis. But the point of conducting these detailed interviews, as I understand it, is not to do a quantitative analysis to solicit a general views and extrapolate, but to get a sense of what are the arguments for and against. And what I'm comforted by is that the work that Lynn and her team has been doing, the work that I've been doing, work that other board members have been doing with very different respondents from very different places, is coming up with the same lists of advantages and disadvantages, which in research terminology, an unfortunate but widely used term, saturation seems to have been achieved. It looks like we've got our head around what the major sticking points actually are. And in that sense, even though we don't have hundreds of thousands of comments, you probably find, Vili, just to reframe what you said a little bit differently, were we to conduct more interviews, you probably wouldn't find any new points to add to the list. Just then quickly to summarize some of the key points, I don't want to iterate and repeat, very much similar lines of thought to what Ido and Isabel were raising, and Josephine, noting your point also about providing ways forward. The general sense that I got out of my batch of working groups is that there's a sense of frustration with the structure of audit reports and the length of audit reports. And Lynn, very similar point about I don't really mind how long the audit report is, but I got a different answer to that one. I don't mind how long the audit report is because I don't use most of the content in it anyway. And that I thought was a little bit concerning. And the general point that I think comes through with that is transparency doesn't mean more disclosure, more information in the audit reports. When it comes to number 1A, the auditor's responsibilities as they relate to fraud, most of the respondents that I interviewed, both on the auditor side of things, preparer side of things, and on the investor side of things, were quite comfortable that the responsibility statement as it appears in the audit report is already overkill. And that just providing additional generic information about ISA 240 that's identical from audit report to audit report doesn't improve transparency and doesn't provide more useful information. So in light of number A, perhaps leave the responsibility sections alone. If it ain't broke, don't necessarily tinker with it. A very similar line of thought with regard to assessed risks of fraud and laying out assessed risks of frauds, concerns about boilerplate disclosure. But something else that was also quite interesting is a concern that we are misunderstood as widening the scope of the audit, as some of the members have pointed out, creating the impression that the auditor has morphed into some type of fraud watchdog who went to do all of this additional testing and additional work to satisfy him or herself that the risks from fraud were sufficiently low. Also linked to that was a concern interestingly raised by both the auditors and the investor side of the groups I spoke to, that we might invalidate some of what we have in ISA 240. ISA 240 has a number of caveats in it, which lay out why the auditor may not be able to identify every fraud. But if we start going into all of this detail about responsibility and risks and how the auditor responded to risks, particularly that one comment about the audit or the one suggestion about making the statement that the audit is capable of detecting fraud, some of the respondents I spoke to said, so what you're effectively doing is telling me that you, the auditor, looked at ISA 240, you accepted that there were caveats, but you were comfortable by the time that you got to the end of the audit that you had overcome all of those problems, that you had effectively gone over and beyond the call of duty to address this fraud risk. And I don't think that that's necessarily what it is that we are intending. So on the second point, with regard to identified and assessed risks of fraud, I not only think it's a case about avoiding boilerplate, I think it's also a case about making sure that it doesn't look as if the auditor has gone and done all of this additional work or widened the scope of the audit when in fact that is not the case. And exactly as Isabel pointed out, I mean, these audits are not necessarily designed to be specific control tests or specific risk assessments linked only to fraud. Maybe CAMS is a way to solve A and B, provide at least some information to satisfy those who expect an addition to the audit report, although that does come with the caveat that even existing CAM disclosures tend to become very repetitive and very sort of generic from year to year. In fact, there's an emerging body of academic research that's turning out mixed findings on the value relevance of CAMs in general. So I think before we go on the mission of coming up with a fraud CAM, we should probably think long and hard. Maybe it's not just a case about doing some type of impact assessment. Maybe we need some additional empirics to confirm that this will actually provide useful information. And yes, also tremendous support on the round of should there be additional information on controls, but similar concerns about widening the scope of the audit, making it seem as if you've overcome all of the inherent limitations of the audit insofar as they relate to fraud, and a general reminder that an audit engagement is not the same as an engagement that's designed specifically to test controls. And of course, as has also been mentioned, that there's no actual reporting requirements in place, for example, IFRS, that go into detail on exactly what all these disclosures vis-a-vis the controls would look like, which then blurs the line between the IAASB's role as an auditing standard setter versus another standard setter that's responsible for dealing with reporting, be it on corporate reporting or on the broader issue of internal controls. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Warren. And I was remiss when I said that the paper was based on 3 sources. That was true, but since we wrote the paper, we actually talked to the board members who've done specific outreach or specific research, which was Warren in terms of his academic research, Wendy in terms of what's happening in the American board, and myself and what's happening in the New Zealand board. And all 3 of those align with what's in the paper. You know, it's not perfect, the alignment. There are obviously differences, but they do align. And so I think we can reasonably, confidently conclude that if we kept doing more and more, we'll get more and more of the same. So we're, in terms of outreach, we're probably at our saturation point, and we do need to, as several of the investors said, well, the board's just going to have to make a decision. We know that, and we're inching towards making that decision. What's really helpful in these discussions, and I'm my list putting S's by things that people are talking about that could be solutions. So that's really valuable. So the more S's I can get on my bit of paper, the happier I'll be. So just as a thought forward, building on what Josephine said, as many solutions as well as the problems would be valuable at this point. Thank you.
Yosh.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. And thank you, Lynn and Task Force and Sally for the transparency, understandable feedback based on the great effort. I have just 2 comments. At first, I generally agree with improving the transparency of audit reporting with respect to fraud. As for small a, I am sure that auditors' responsibilities related to fraud in the audit will become boilerplate and have no informational value. But from the perspective of expectation gaps and clarity, I think it would be good to add in the auditor's responsibilities section of the current audit report. As mentioned by Edo, Japan introduced an internal control report by management and the audit of its report but it became recently boilerplate. So we began to discussion of such system recently. And I am surprised that small C issue was appeared from the interviews. I suppose that the management and practitioners would not prefer the inclusion of small c because the practicable difficulties. The transparency and the informational value of the audit report for intended users would be improved if both small b and small c were required. About B, in cases where fraud facts and signs or new fraud risks are identified, such as fraud-related matters meet the definition of the CAM as matters which are of most significance in the audit. Therefore, in particular, it is applicable appropriate to require that information relating to fraud with risk, a certain level of qualitative and quantitative materiality should be included in the CAM. This would improve the transparency of the audit report for the intended users, because the audit report is the only communication tool between auditor and the intended users. And the board abandoned the pass-fail model of the audit report some years ago. So we have introduced the long form of audit reports. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel.
Yes, I wanted to come back after listening Josephine jumping in just after what I said. I believe maybe I was not very clear. That's what happened when you're not native. I was trying to answer to question 1 that was asking the board for its views. I was not rejecting everything, even if I was raising some challenges. So my answers were for 1A, yes, and it may even apply to all entities. For 1B, yes, even if there are technical challenges, we will have to deal with them. And C, I understand that the investors are asking for it, but I believe it cannot be done on its own without changing anything else in the scope of the audit or in the reporting of a company. And B, sorry, I missed that. B could apply only to listed entities as for the other CAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel, for the clarification. Fernando.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Clearly a very difficult challenge that we have in front of us, a hard topic. Let me start by saying that I'm very much in favor of the transparency. I think it's good to have improvements in the report or by other means. I don't think the report is the only way that we can improve that. I think one of the objectives of the project is really to narrow the gap that we know it exists today. But I don't think the objective of the project is to close that gap to 0%. So we need to keep a right balance, saying what's a win-win for everyone, whoever is reading the report and the job and work we need to do, plus our responsibilities. I know that gap is creating issues, and that's why we decided to try to do something to exactly bring that to an acceptable point. I like the proposal to have a separate section. I think that will really help readers to focus on the content, specifically to fraud. I'm more in the camp of having some kind of a key audit matter in that section. And the reason is because I think we are now more knowledgeable how to use them. Readers are used to. I recognize it could be boilerplate, but coming up with a different solution might be exactly the same as Ido mentioned. I like the comments from the people you interviewed, recognizing it's a small group, most of them investors. But I'm not really sure if we go out and ask the other side of the world, which really is more prominent to private entities. I don't think we're gonna hear the same comments. I don't believe they really wanna see more detail in the audit report. I think they will rather prefer a face-to-face communication to discuss with them. And that brings me to the point that maybe this project needs to break into 2 parts. One that really addresses listed, and that one, a project that addresses other than listed. Because I think the needs, if we hear from them, are gonna be similar but different at the same time. And one solution might not be the ideal way forward, but that's just a speculation. I think probably that side, which we do not clearly have today, may need to be investigated or analyzed with more detail before coming up to the decision on whether this should apply to all kind of entities. Thanks.
So it's quite helpful that Isabel and Fernando have actually directly responded to the questions. We've had a lot of general thought and sort of your general views to this. Some people have been more direct in terms of answering the questions 1A through C than others. And I think this goes to what the task force needs. As I read both of your comments, is that there's some sympathy for pursuing it with lots of cautions and caveats, and that you would have to work it, and particularly focused on, for you, Fernando, in terms of maybe this is really just for listed entities, which is where we draw lines right now. Okay. Is that a fair interpretation?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't really know if the solution is for everyone. I mean, I don't think we have the basis now to conclude on that. I'm not saying no, but probably we need a little bit more of digging to really decide because I like the comment a lot from Josephine saying, this is what we're hearing from investors. Okay, so what are we hearing from the rest of the world? What do they really want? Maybe, and as I said, maybe they don't really want to have a change in the report. Maybe they just want a direct communication.
But you say that we should give a shot at responding to the message. Okay,
absolutely.
Thank you.
And I'm very much in favor of transparency. I'm not against that. If the proposal is to be more transparent and then probably have different requirements for different type of entities, that might be the solution. I don't know at this point, but I would be supporting of having transparency, of course, for all type of entities.
Okay, thank you for that. Sachiko.
First of all, thank you very much, Lynn, and your team. I think I also huge supporter of enhanced transparency, and thank you very much. And I'd like to go to the question and also question that you are asking right now. So from the easiest one first, point A, I support, but I think it will be helpful the task force to consider doing in conjunction with management and TCWG's responsibility as well. And B, I support the proposal to explore, but I also want to mention that I prefer to do that in the key or matter mechanism, because somebody also mentioned that if we always require to be included, I think there is a high risk of boilerplate description. So rather than mandating those in all cases, I think it will be more beneficial to provide more guidance to enhance transparency through keyword matters. And with regard to C, significant deficiencies, I have to say that at this type of moment, I have a strong disagreement because of the two reasons. The first one is, I think it's very similar to what Edo mentioned, and also a little bit different from different angle, because I think the requirement report significant deficiencies in accordance with 265 is very beneficial, since it stimulates very in-depth communication within the auditor and TCWG. And I think this is mostly supported on the fact that this communication will not be disclosed to the public. If significant deficiencies are to be disclosed, I am concerned that it will actually diminish the benefit of by changing the entities and the auditor's behavior to limit communication to TCWG in order to avoid to reporting to the public. And secondly, I have concern that it will drive confusion in relation to the internal control reporting system for the jurisdiction where it is not required by the entity to disclose issues relating to internal control. This proposal means directly the auditor to disclose contentious information about the entity that is disclosed, that is not disclosed by the entity. I think it is not appropriate and very difficult to implement because it overrides the respective responsibility of management, TCWG and auditor. I know that we have a key audit matter mechanism, but that is because we have, this is a financial statement audit, not an internal control audit. And even if there is a system of internal control audit, such as in Japan and maybe in the US, I think confusion may arise due to the difference treatment about the disclosure between internal control audit and the financial statement audit. Because in Japan, under the internal control audit system, a deficiency that should be included in the auditor's report is defined as a matter that should be disclosed to the public. So it's different from significant deficiencies. And about what is the solution, I have no silver bullet answer, of course, but it's my personal view. But having something in a separate section, I think it will be maybe helpful. So having something separate section about the key audit, about the fraud around key audit matter, maybe good to pursue. That is the only kind of solution that I have in my mind. And I think we are asking about question 2 as well, right? So question 2, I support doing that only in listed entity because that is a scalable. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for the very interesting discussion we have. Thanks for the presentation, Lynn. And I'm deeply impressed about the number of interviews which have been taken. Let me tell you, we have started a research project a couple of months ago at my university, and we did interviews elsewhere. We interviewed experts from larger networks where we first see that there has been an audit of an entity, and then there has been, for the same entity, a forensic investigation. And in many, many cases, we see that the forensic investigation brings out a lot of findings, which haven't detected by the risk-oriented audit. So what does this mean for our project? Does that mean we are not transparent enough? Does that mean we have an expectation gap? Do we report? Do we have to report more about this? We have to accept that these are different ways of doing the work. And I think this is in line with a number of colleagues have mentioned here. I have a couple of comments, and I have also 3 comments which covers paragraphs which is not covered by the first questions. I will send it to you. It's about the paragraph 42 and 47. But let me give you my response or my reactions to the question which are raised on the screen. First question, little a, I largely agree with the task force proposal to include in the auditor's report information about the auditor's responsibilities. It relates to fraud in the audit of financial statements. However, while this information should not constitute a disclaimer, common misconceptions held by many users about the role of auditors would require clarification of the powers that auditors do not have to deal with fraud. Little b, while I agree that further emphasis could be given to entity-specific fraud issues in the auditor's report, I'm not convinced that having a separate section that deals with identified and assessed fraud risk beyond key audit matters is the right solution. First, it suggests that all fraud risks are just as important as key audit matters. Second, all fraud risk identified as reasonably possible would need to be addressed, which could be a long list of identified fraud risks that are either assessed as being acceptable, low, or are not high risk of material misstatements. Third, in my jurisdiction, there are legal confidentiality issues associated with disclosing identified and assessed fraud risks that are not equivalent of audit key matters and set forth in the EU audit regulation. It seems to me that therefore it would be more useful to seek to reinforce reporting fraud issue under key audit matters than seeking to create a separate section. My reaction to little c, I'm not in favor of disclosing identified significant deficiencies in internal control that are relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud in the financial statements for the following reasons. First, those jurisdictions that report on weaknesses in internal control generally in the auditor's report do so for what are termed material weaknesses in internal control, which are a small subset of significant deficiencies. The nature of significant deficiencies that they are of governance interest, not necessarily of interest for all users. Only the subset of significant deficiencies that are of interest to users ought to be included in the auditor's report. And second, by reporting on significant deficiency, the auditor's report leaves the impression that the auditors actually seek to detect such deficiencies when in fact they do not do so. Unlike in an integrated audit of financial statements, like under the PCAOB auditing standards, where an opinion is given. And my last reaction to section 2, since private investors and creditors other than minor suppliers and employees of non-listed entities, that's nearly the same like Fernando have mentioned, have other sources of information in line with the scope of for key audit matters. I believe that any proposed change should apply only to listed companies. Furthermore, other than key audit matters in my jurisdiction, that's the EU, there would be no legislative basis for such disclosures in the auditor's report for other than PIEs. Thanks, that's all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks, and I'm probably going to echo some of the comments that have occurred elsewhere. And I think my responses to the questions are probably very similar to Isabel's. I think support A. I think what we could be thinking about are whether there are ways in which the information could be presented such that it doesn't become boilerplate or too long. And we see examples of using websites and what have you, but just whether there are alternative ways to perhaps keep that a little bit fresher. Support B. And B for listed companies. And I have the same comments, questions, concerns around C, as I think Ado and others have expressed. I think if you're an environment where you don't have an internal control reporting requirement, then different audit methodologies can lead to different results. It can be, there's a lot of challenges we've discussed. And Josephine, you raised a good challenge about what can we do, and it might be that in this area we can't, as Fernando said, completely close the gap. But maybe one of the things we can do is actually engage with the investors who are saying that they would like this sort of information, with people like legislators to see if we can get a framework that provides something that allows us to step even further forward and provide some of the information that people are looking for. So, it's one of those areas where the solution isn't 100% in our hands, but we can help work towards getting more information into more transparency into the market. I referenced my preference for listed companies in relation to some of the detail. I think others have explained some of the rationale. I had similar observations to Fernando that I think the users of unlisted financial statements are different. And while I recognise that you've done an amazing job in reaching out to the investor community, the users are probably slightly broader in some of the, particularly some of the family company environments, and we could maybe work with those. So my preference is listed. I think we have the mechanism by way of CAMs that we are familiar with and the market is familiar with. I think the idea of a separate section on fraud is really good. I think linking that to the kind of CAM mentality is great. The other observation in relation to unlisted is if we have a section relating to fraud in an unlisted environment where we don't have a CAM, then it's almost potentially giving undue prominence to fraud when actually the issues might be something completely different. If you were writing a CAM, you might have had an awful lot of other areas that you might have written about. So you could be potentially heightening reporting on one area when actually there are other issues that you would probably have brought to attention. So I think that's probably my preference. As I say, I think a lot of what's been said has been covered before, so I won't repeat. Thanks.
Len.
Sorry, I'm a member of the task force, but I thought I coming here because I heard Fernando and also Sue, the comments just made. So during the outreach, we spoke to quite a number of people, and some of the investors are specifically private equity type of investors who invest in emerging country pre-IPO entities, holding minority positions. And from those outreach interaction is, their demand is actually not as different than some of these institutional investors who actually invest in listed entities. So, so there's actually a lot of support in terms of getting more transparencies and some of the recommendation we suggested in our issues paper. So if you look at appendix 3 in the issues paper, you notice Fidelity International, a pretty big global investor, that actually they do have a divisions looking at emerging countries, private enterprises, holding minority position pre-IPOs. So Lynn talk about, it's not just about just stereotyping the whole group. We actually give our thoughts in selecting who we spoke to. Interestingly, the people I spoke to actually reached out to me after the session. Actually, I have coffee with them because the type of investment they make in those space, they actually needs a lot more help also understanding the value of auditors report information. So I just come in, try to address what Fernando and Sue just raised. Thank you.
So,
if I can just come back on that, and I certainly don't mean to undermine the work has been excellent, and that is a lower tier of investor. But I think if you look into the real SMEs, the money is coming from family members or a retail bank or something like that. I mean, I think it's going down to that kind of level. The client base I used to serve, the kind of investors you're talking about would be unusual. The bulk of the money, as I say, came from standard retail banks, family members, etc., etc.
But if the logic of what you're saying is, if we go in the context of these questions, point 2 is that you may see the value of some differential requirements here, right? As if I'm just trying to put it in the context. I actually, believe it or not, in the fog that's descended, there's a number of commonalities here that I hear. I think there seems to be some support for, we'll talk about the substance of what the content is, for us at least push it out, have some separate section on fraud in the auditor's report. At least when I say here yeses to A, B, C, and then the idea that is fraud, like how that's executed is a lot of what we're talking about here. The way this is going, I see in particular that people could see this a little bit more as a differential requirement for listeds. We have some discussion. We could bring it around on some of the substantive issues of what the content of the disclosure is, but I sort of start to see a little bit of commonality emerging in some ways, not universal, general commonalities. Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the task force. You know, I do think we've done enough or got enough information to move forward. I'm not suggesting we need to do more in that respect, recognizing the limitations that there might be, that some people might have with it. You know, and I from my outreach, I've heard many of the same, if not all of the same, concerns that have come around the table today. I've also heard some comments, well, of sort of brushing off those concerns and saying, well, we just have to move on and do this. And I guess I'm not one of those. I think we need to go in. Transparency is important. But I think we need to go into these things with our eyes open and understanding what the possible consequences are and accepting what they might be and trying to address them. And I don't feel I have all of that in front of me at this point. We've talked a lot about it, but I haven't actually had a chance to really look at those things in a way that I can kind of make a sort of final assessment. So I'm definitely supportive of continuing to work down the path of these areas. I like the idea of a separate fraud section. I think that could be a good solution. I share the concerns about, or I share the idea of possible differential reporting. What the nature and extent of that could be, you know, it's hard to describe at this point. It might not be that much different from what a listed entity gets, or it might be significant. So I just don't feel I have the whole picture in front of me right now, but I'm supportive of working on all those issues. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Wendy, also I should say, when a number of people who have spoken want to come back in, I see you all. One of the things may be useful is specifically to address the questions too. We're just sort of getting a sense of execution too, and that would be useful feedback for our staff and our task force as well. So if you come back in, you may just want to be explicit about your response and also any advice for problem solving on if you believe some form of execution would be useful, how to do it. Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. And I will try not to add to the saturation effect or pile on, but I do have a few remarks, and some of these were before this huge dialogue that we had here. I have to say, Lynn and your task force and the staff, this is a Herculean effort, and it's not getting better by the discussion that we've just had for the last hour and 17 minutes. But I know you're up to the task because of the excellent work that has been done already. Before I get into the answers of the questions, Tom, you raised a question earlier, and I wasn't really sure if you were looking for a response about, are we looking to change the path, bundle this together? And I think it was part of Bill's original opening remarks. And I do have some of the same concerns about the auditor's report broadly. And I think what I would propose, or we would like to see, is not to change the projects, but perhaps have a document that's kind of a pro forma that takes in the projects that are working together, you know, as something that people that are commenting on or looking at holistically what we're doing might be able to look at, and how the different projects might impact the auditor's report. And so that was to the comment that you made earlier. And now to broadly address some of the responses. I think the reach out to the users, as clarified quite a few times, can't be disregarded. It is what it is. Len, to your point about private equity, I still think that's other people's money. So I think that's different than what Sue and Fernando were talking about, and perhaps even Isabel for the SMEs. But that I think we have debated as to how we might address that. So I did just wanted to point that out. I too had a lot of feedback from outreach, ranging, you know, what you've probably already heard. There is already something in the auditor's report about the auditor's responsibilities. If more words would be better, or different words would be better, and would perhaps be more transparent, because I'm all for transparency. I'm just concerned about execution and performance, and will it change execution and performance, and what will the users do with that information? As you mentioned, Lynn, we did, as a result of your reach out or prompting for outreach by board members, we did commence a project at the IAASB Auditing Standards Board level for a host of reasons, to get additional data, as you had asked for, to get insight on the AS and to get insight on the ASB's future standard setting activities. It was a multi-pronged approach. It is not done. It has a survey. It has, from the surveys, some intended reach outs. It was not intended to exclude PIEs listed versus private. It's intended to have the whole range, although we don't yet, just from the survey, exactly know who responded. Anyway, it was on fraud and going concern. With respect to fraud, the preliminary survey results are not entirely consistent with the outreach results, but that could be because of the differential in the users. So again, I'm not disagreeing with what you heard from the users that you reached out to. My suggestion is only to make sure that as we continue, and again, when is enough enough, but we do take, and it has been said already in this room, that we do consider perhaps the private side. And maybe that also comes in number 2 on the proposed changes, should it only be for listed companies. So I think we can find our way through this. I don't think we need to separate. I think an earlier comment was about separating it. I don't think we need to do that at this point. I think we just need to continue to be conscious of the different points of view. So on A, I trust the task force will find the path there based on what has been said. On B, mixed on that. I don't know that we wouldn't end up in a boilerplate place, or how the users would actually use the different information. And so that's part of, when I reflect on what the outreach said, I'm not sure it's clear how the information would be used. It was, yes, we want the information, but I wasn't really sure of the how. And then 1C is quite interesting to me, because several people mentioned about the PCOB and the separate report. I'm not really clear how this particular project could go in that direction. Perhaps it's a different standard that is impacted, although I'm not opposed to those disclosures in the right circumstances for the right entities. I am concerned, and I think Fernando expressed it earlier, that in certain, and I think Sue pointed on this too, in certain private circumstances, I'm not sure the information would be meaningful, because the user doesn't really understand the differences between significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, or however they're actually described. And I think that brings my answer to 2 to be very clear, that I do think there should be differences in the standard and requirements, whether it relates to as it relates to listed companies, pies, and the rest of the population. So I think that brings my comments for this section to a close. Thank you.
Okay. What I see Sally Ann. 1 sec. I want to just describe what we're going to do right now. Sally Ann's going to intervene. Chun-Wei, you've been waiting patiently. I see you. You'll be next, and then we'll come to some of the repeat members that have had their hands up as well. We'll allow that to happen, and then we'll go to a break. We'll sort of try to string some of these different strands together and try to come up with some proposition for us to consider to give the task force some guidance going forward. So Sally Ann.
Sorry, and apologies to Chun-Wei. I just wanted to clarify one comment there that Wendy and maybe others have raised around 1C. It is not our intent to report on the effectiveness of internal controls. That's not what we're trying to get at. We recognize the challenges with 1C, but we're trying to be innovative here a little bit, and also recognize that when we went out to the investor community and then also feedback from CAG, it's the one area that generated a huge amount of interest, and people recognize that that information is useful about what could go wrong. So again, we recognize the challenges around it. I recognize also that maybe this is an area where you may want to have differential requirements, but I want to be clear, it's not about reporting on the effectiveness of internal controls. It's really around the understanding of the entity's system of internal controls. So a very nuanced take on those significant deficiencies that you would be reporting. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're under that guides, you would basically be saying we're looking for solutions on how to affect this in sort of a filtered manner. Okay. Chun-Wei.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Lean, you know that I'm a big fan of you and your task force and the work that you do. And I always reserve your paper to be my in-flight entertainment, and it doesn't disappoint again. So I referred a couple of investors to your team, and I got a glimpse of how much trouble you guys go through to arrange all the calls. So great effort. Kudos to you and team. I think just in terms of transparency, nobody will say no to enhancing transparency. I think what we're hearing around the table is, while we go down this path, be really careful that what we choose to do may end up, instead of enhancing transparency, narrowing expectation gap, we end up widening it because of different reasons. So I think all the red flags that people are handing out today, I think we've heard enough this morning, are really just important for us to consider as we proceed. Again, I think you've heard enough, so I'm going to just be very brief. I'll just cast my vote, and all the reasons will be what you've heard before. In terms of I think maybe I'm in the minority. I'm actually wondering whether it will be worth expanding on the boilerplate. Maybe it's a little bit in Warren's camp. And I wonder if there are other things that we can do to help bridge that gap and to help people understand the responsibilities of auditors in relation to fraud, instead of just making the responsibility part in the auditor's report more bloated. So something for us to carefully tread on. For B, my preference would be to use the CAM mechanism. And I think, again, the reason that people have given about inadvertently prioritizing a potentially fraud risk when there are actually other more important issues in the audit that actually get a secondary space because of this. So the CAM mechanism, I think, works well. We may want to think about how we can, so it's essentially your option 4. But I do hear as well, the value of, having that fraud tag and how it, I guess, raise people's focus and attention to that. So maybe just a more balanced way towards this. All the reasons that colleagues have given before, I would support. C, Sally, and thanks for your intervention. I did not read it as us wanting to have this conclusion on the effectiveness of internal control. So no misunderstanding there. But I think the concern that has been raised by colleagues still stand in my mind. So all the issues around the lack of framework, et cetera, et cetera. So again, just be very careful as we move on. I'll be happy for the task force and for the board to continue to explore all these different areas. But again, to my earlier point, all the red flags that's been given, I think those are very instructive for us to think about. In terms of number 2, current thinking is listed and pies. I just don't feel that it will be a proportionate solution for non-pies or non-listed. But I think as Lynn said at the very beginning, it's probably too early to try to decide at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Chun-Wei. Thank you for your patience. Kai?
Thank you. I wanted to come back in both to respond to the specific questions, but also clarify on my comment earlier. I also failed to commend you for all the great work that's been done. And I think that we have great evidence showing that we need to move forward. My hesitance or not having the solution was, as others explained, it's difficult to know where exactly to go. On A, I'm not opposed to having that information in there, whether it will solve the issue or not. That's, but I think we can go forward with that. On B, I'm also fine on that, but I think we should do it through the CAM mechanism. That also in a way responds to 2, saying that yes, there will be differential requirements. I think that's the way we need to move forward, as explained by Isabel and Sue and others. And on C, that was my main comment earlier, saying my fear is that by putting it there, we give it an impression that the audit is aimed at something that it's not. So we give them information so they think that we've done more than what we actually done. So that's the caveat behind that. But there might be ways that we can work around that, but I'm not seeing those solutions to it. So thank you.
Edda. Thank you, Tom. I also wanted to briefly come back in to clarify a couple of things. And you heard me supporting Bill. That shouldn't be taken that I didn't support the approach that we are taking in exploring how to do transparency in the different strands that we're doing ongoing concern and fraud. But indeed, as a reminder, we do need to step back as a board. Does the entirety of the audit report with all these different sections still make sense? And you've mentioned that was part of the program, so that's fine. So I just wanted to come back to that. I wasn't as specific as to the question, so I'll be a little bit more here. In respect of 1A, I guess I'm in the same boat as Kai. I'm fine if it's in there. I don't think it's going to matter too much. In respect of B and C, and this is where I'm trying, maybe offering a little bit of a different tact on it. And just to set the record straight, I am for more transparency in the auditor's report, but it needs to be relevant and valuable transparency. I am a fan of CAM style reporting. If that's done well, it's really powerful. And I guess my challenge to the task force would be, can we identify triggers that sort of instill a CAM style reporting on certain topic, which could lead to the fraud risks that you've identified, so in B, or C, if the auditor has had to deal with significant deficiencies, to mitigate a risk of fraud as a result of it. So can we instill a threshold that then requires a CAM and then explains how the auditor has addressed the shortcomings in internal control or the deficiency to get comfortable at the end of the day. So is there a happy medium to be found as to creative triggers for CAMs? So as such, indeed, the CAM instrument, I think, could be very well leveraged in this instance, and we create a bigger platform for when and how to report them. That then nearly automatically answers the question too, because if CAM is going to be a structure, then it can only be for listed and maybe in the future also PIEs. Thank you.
Okay, Isabel?
I'm coming back from the third time, but listening to Len saying that some investors in a private company are also interested in that transparency. And I very much agree with you that there's no such stakeholders in many of these non-listed entities, such as fully owned companies by a family or not-for-profit entity or whatever. So I think we have a way out to deal with that, which is exactly the way we have in key audit matters currently, is when there is an expectation from stakeholders to have key audit matter in a non-listed entity, the auditor can include key audit matters in a non-listed entity. It's not prohibited, it's not encouraged, but it's possible, and it's done for certain type of entities or at the entity's request. And I think it could be a good way out, not to mandate to all non-listed entities, but still to open the door for the one that really did it.
Okay, Warren, I saw you had your hand up earlier, but then it came down. I don't know if you'd like to come in again.
Right, Tom, it was down and it was going to stay down, but it's good enough to say that I like what Isabel just said. I don't think we have to roll it out to everybody, and I think that that type of flexibility would work well for the non-listed space. Thank you.
Okay, as we get into topics B and C sort of here, people are leaning towards some form of differential, and Isabel clarified that a little bit. Bill.
If I could just go back to my initial comment about holistic view of this. I apologise, you pointed out that the board has previously discussed this and decided to go along both fraud and going concern. And all I ask is that is it now the right time, or would later be the right time, to hear whether we've got any learnings from the discussion we just had as to going concern transparency? I do think that that would not be unreasonable.
The good thing is we have going concern this afternoon, and we understand that many of these discussions, I think, are precedential. There's crossover between the two groups, task forces as well. So I think some of the concepts we're talking about, for instance, a special section may have an impact on how we consider the going transparency issue and going concern. So it's not that we're compartmentalizing these discussions. They're very much, I think, part of it, at least I'm saying that some of the decisions we take today will have knock-on impacts. Is that fair? I see my going concern a task force chair at the end of the table, and a number of you are on that group and nodding their head. So totally well taken. Okay, I feel like this is the moment to break. Actually, I believe that there's a good bit of direction coming through. We just have to be able to articulate it now. So we can minute it. We can make sure that we understand the advice that the board is providing. What I will do, I'll still give you a half an hour break. I think that's fair enough. We've been hard at work, and we will reconvene at 10 minutes after the hour. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Just to everyone, if you haven't seen it, our statement is out now too, in response to the IAASB statement. IAASB statement strongly, which is what our statement says. Okay, welcome back. We're ready to go. We proved that caffeine has a lot of benefits. It allows the fog that's descended upon us to part. We've seen the light. Lynn's going to explain the light that we've seen, and hopefully it reflects the board's current thinking.
First of all, thank you very much. I love a good discussion, and I think this morning we've had that very good discussion and all the ideas coming out, so many thanks. This is what I think we've heard, and so we've had a quick chat between us to make sure we had a sense of this is where we're at, and I'm just going to summarise that. Firstly, I heard consensus on transparency. It's a bit like motherhood, it's difficult to disagree with. So yes, we do want to improve transparency. General agreement that we should have something in the audit report and that it should be a separate section. So I didn't hear too much dissent in that area. In terms of 1A, pretty much agreement that the auditor's responsibilities should be there, but with a caution of so what? Is this actually going to make a difference? I think as we develop this, we need to be careful to answer that question. In terms of 1B, I heard some mixed feedback about that. However, there was a theme around using CAMS as a basis for the consideration, and some good ideas that there needs to be some guidance around filters or triggers of when that would be reported. So we can proceed on that basis. The most concern we heard was around 1C, the internal control area, which is the new area and would be the biggest change. What the task force will take away is all of those different ideas and concerns that were given to you, because what we need to balance as we work forward is a requirement from users on one hand with those concerns. So users are asking us for something, we're saying, oh, that might be quite hard, and we're going to have to balance the two. I'm not going to speculate where we might get to on that area, but we hear you. We also hear the users, and after all, that's why we do this work. On question 2, a general sense that we're going to have to differentiate 1A to C. that was useful. So can I conclude this part of this session by thanking you for your input. You've taken us further than I personally expected, and we've got a task force meeting next Monday and Tuesday. So you've given us an extremely good base on which to work. So many thanks. So with that conclusion, if anyone disagrees with me, come and see me after the session, or has any further input. We're going to move on to the risks of material misstatement, and this is Jesper's section, and he's going to present to us before we turn to the questions. Thanks, Jesper.
Thank you, Lynn. Yes, we're going to talk about the change that we've done in ISO 240 for the sections that are building on ISO 315 revised 2019. Not sure it will be exciting as transparency in the audit report, but let's go. So in June, we discussed this with the board as well, and you basically asked us to further clarify the relationship between ISO 240 and ISO 315, and mainly because there was some duplication, and to align the application material and requirements more closely between the standards. So in response, we restructured some sections in ISO 240, and we tried to remove some of the duplication. I won't go through all the changes. I will highlight just the main 3 ones that we've done. The first one relates to inquiries with management, those charged with governance and internal audit. This is a section that's linked to ISO 315 and then paragraph 14. And that paragraph describes in general terms the risk assessment procedures, but it does not include any specific inquiries. And just upon reflection, we thought it would be better to move these inquiries to the section on understanding, so understanding the entity, its environment, the applicable financial reporting framework, and the system of internal control. So that's what you've done, and you'll see that we've built that out. In that same section, that's the second point, is in June, the board noted that it's that paragraph that's dealing with the understanding, that's really long and complex. And so we had a close look at it, how we could clarify that and address it. So we decided to split it up in that one big, large requirement into several smaller ones, and to further align it with the structure of ISO 315. So we'll now have one paragraph that's dealing with the understanding of the entity and the applicable financial reporting framework. And then we have a requirement for each of the components of the system of internal control, except for one, because we didn't think there was anything fraud specific there. What we also did, we deleted any requirements that were in that large, some of the sub bullets that were under that large requirement. We deleted that because some of them were not specific enough, and they were more repeating ISO 315. So we did that as well. And then the third area where we made changes was in identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement. In June, we had 2 separate paragraphs, one for the identification of ROMs and one on the assessment of ROMs. And we merged those together to avoid the duplication with ISO 315. And this is similar to what we had under extant. So, like, in addition to these 3 areas, so we made on several places the requirements more fraud specific by focusing, for example, on the fraud risks, and where needed, we also deleted some of the requirements. And the last thing I would like to highlight for the board is the development of new application material. In June, there were still large parts, were a lot of still placeholders in the section on understanding the entity that we had to develop, and that's what we've done for most of the sections. So we also present that to you and are very much interested in your views on the application material that we developed. Is it fraud specific enough? The length. So those are some of the things we hope you can get us some feedback on as well. So Lynn, I think that brings us to the question.
which effectively says, do you have any feedback on where we've got to, given the instructions you gave us at the last board meeting? Have we fulfilled them, and is there anything else you want to share with us? So back to you, Tom.
Okay. Edo.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I don't have much, Lynn. I think excellent piece of work here. So significantly improved, and my compliments. The only thing, and you wonder whether I should get overly excited about it, but in paragraph 75, you provide the rationale of why the inquiries are being brought into the various areas where they are. I was thinking whether, because these type of inquiries were always specific to the fraud standard, whether we just could keep them separate, because this is an additional requirement that we do regardless. So I was wondering whether the inquiries could be grouped together in a separate area. But that's really the only suggestion that I may have, and not fatal because it's in there anyway. It's primarily geography. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
thank you. I also agree. This is good. It flows much better. I think it's it's let's say good piece of work. So I've got a few detailed suggestions I'll forward. There were a few pieces of terminology I think we need to tighten up on a little bit. We reference fraud risk factors, and sometimes those terms are used interchangeably, and I think they're not. And particularly a fraud risk factor may not always create a risk of material misstatement due to fraud, and that's sort of implied by some of the drafting. And there's a new term of fraud control, and again, if we can just sort of tighten up what we mean by those. In the outreach, there's continues to be mixed feedback about how much we repeat from 315. So on the grounds it's mixed, we're probably kind of in the right ballpark, I would guess. So thanks.
The Goldilocks effect. Wendy.
Thank you. Agree, much improved from the June version. For December, I think it would be helpful if I could see marked from extant to where we are, because sometimes it was hard to remember what I was looking at the markings for. Same comment on terminology, and I'll send those through as well, just tightening some of that up. And also the same as Sue mentioned about, and I like this structure, and I love looking at the requirement and the application material side by side, even though sometimes it's very busy when you have markings, but still the same comments about whether is it as explained in ISA 315, or is it in while you're applying ISA 315. We had a very long discussion about incremental versus aren't you really doing this in 315, and this is just giving you more guidance on how to accomplish 315. So I'll send through some recommendations on maybe how to make that clearer. So the auditor we got a lot of, in the outreach, I got a lot of feedback on, is this completely incremental? And I didn't read it that way, but I had to be sensitive to what I was hearing, and how to make it clearer that in most cases, it's while you're in 315, this is what you're doing related to fraud, but that didn't come clear to some of the readers. Thank you, that's it. I thought it was great.
Thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have one brief comment to this question, given the number of times the requirements and the proposed drafting use in the phrase in applying ISA 315. It begs to me the question as to whether ISA 240 and ISA 315 and ISA 330 ought to be merged, much like in the PCOB standard. I recognize that this is beyond the remit of this project, but it does not indicate how repetitive the ISAs have become by repeating the requirements in ISA 315 in other standards. Other than this, I'm satisfied with the approach used to restructuring the draft. Thanks.
Thank you. Kai?
Thank you. As others, I think this is much improved from where we were last time. I think I raised this before, and the similar thought as Kai-Uwe has, that it's difficult to see the incremental part and whether it would better fit all together. As I said, but that's a different question. What we have here is much improved, so I'm happy with that. Thanks.
Thank you. Fernando.
Thank you, Lynn. I also express my support on the simplifications. Quite easy to read, flows much better, easy to make the linkage with 315. We also like the application material. We may have some suggestions just to streamline a couple of paragraphs to make it less repetitive. But in general terms, we like what you have done as a task force. Thanks.
Okay. I think that's all the hands.
Thank you for that support. I think it reflects the great work that's been done to get us to this point. We'll certainly take up the looking at the geography around inquiries, terminology, and how we mark up the drafts for the December meeting. Before I ask Josephine and Jesper for any further comments, I just want to make a comment on the relationship between 315 and 240 and the incremental nature of those. Certainly people that in my reference group were reading these, they called them parallel universes. You do 315, then you do fraud, then you do going concern. And I said, that's not what we're intending. It's an integrated process. So I think we have to be careful in both of these projects as we move forward, that we keep that integrated sense of risk assessment, not that we're putting in extra steps. We're just being explicit about parts of the risk assessment process. So I've certainly had the same feedback as was reflected in the comments from the board. With that, Jesper, Josephine, anything to add? Superb. Well, Tom, we have finished. Thank you very much.
I think that's more a sign.
Oh, hold on. No, we haven't. Sorry. I meant to do one more slide. We propose in December to get as close as we can to a near full draft. Quite how close we'll get, I can't tell you. It will depend on resourcing and how long how much we get through as task forces, but we do have 2 task force meetings planned between now and December. The first one, as I said, is next week. And we are anticipating having approval of the exposure draft in the 3rd quarter of next year. So this time next year, I hope at the latest, we should have an exposure draft here for approval. Now I have finished. Thank you, Tom.
Great. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you to the task force. Any other comments on fraud? Michael, would you like to say anything from PIOB perspective?
Yes, very lively discussion this morning, and it was good to see the interest that people are taking in this topic and to hear the comments. PIOB is very supportive of this project and of the direction that the task force had taken in its proposals, and so we're pleased to see that that you're continuing in that general direction. And the additional comment that are comments that were made today by members should be helpful to the task force in shaping how this can all be implemented. So I think there's always the risk when so many potential obstacles are raised to just want to throw up your hands and say, well, it's easier just to do nothing. But the task force hasn't done that, and we commend them for that, and wish them success in carrying this forward.
Send us out to the wilderness. Jim, anything you'd like to add?
Thanks, Tom. I'd like to thank the task force for bringing up a number of the issues that were discussed within CAG, particularly as it relates to internal controls.
Very good. Well, I don't feel like we're in the wilderness. We're fully confident that we'll get to the right spot on this one. Josephine, I think that means we could be a little early in turning towards going concern. Are you ready, or do you need a few minutes? Okay, we could take a 5-minute break right now. 10-minute break. You see, I always listen to our board members. We'll reconvene at 11:40, a 10-minute break. Okay, let's get back to business. Gonna need a bell. Okay, we ready to go? I have to particularly thank Lynn for convincing me to extend that for 5 extra minutes. It's given me the opportunity to get a cup of coffee too. Josephine, I hope that 5 extra minutes was very useful. Probably was 20 minutes too short, right?
Yes, thank you. There'll be a little bit of winging, I think, today. Good morning officially, everybody. Welcome to Going Concern. First of all, I want to thank our lovely task force. That's Wendy, Ado and Isabel for all their hard work in bringing the papers today. And also, of course, to our staff, Sally Ann beside me and Kalina over there, who keep us laser focused and on track at all times. Sally Ann and Kalina are going to participate in the presentations today and the discussions. They're going to do various slides and also will be responding to questions too. So we're going to do a real team effort in terms of talking about Going Concern today. If we could move on to the next slide. I'm saying to myself, because I actually have the clicker, sorry, I don't actually even know how to use the clicker. Sally Ann has the clicker, there we go. Excellent, thank you. So today, what are we going to focus on? We're going to focus on new topics, which you will see in the issues paper. So terminology, risk identification assessment, management's assessment of going concern, and what we've done in relation to professional skepticism. We'll also, of course, pop back to those topics we discussed in June and demonstrate how we responded to the board input at that time. And Kalina will give us a brief update on where we were with the non-authoritative guidance. I'll also give you the input from the CAC and the it's SMPAG, so that group. So still not used to calling them by a different name. So if we could just go to the next slide, we'll go through the CAG discussion. We, as always, had really good input from the CAG. We got overall broad support for the proposals. And in relation to the September topics, there was general comment overall to make sure that we do align terms as far as possible where we can with the accounting frameworks. But there was support, of course, for elevating the description of material uncertainty from, I can't remember what paragraph it is, but into a definition. So there was support for that. On the timeline, which is on the next slide, please. That you will appreciate, of course, that there was no June CAG, so we did have to talk about some of the topics we'd already talked about with the board. So on the timeline, they were very supportive of the changes to the commencement date for the reasons set out below, which is enabling more up-to-date information, reinforces the period of reliance users have on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. And also there was support for reinforcing that the financial reporting framework does establish a 12-month period, but that's a minimum 12-month period. There was, however, some concern over some of the practicalities of the proposals, and we did explain to the CAG that we have increased the requirement to have a discussion with management, and also we talked a little bit about the reasonableness test, but there was one concern raised by one CAG member that potentially this could delay the audit and the signing of the auditor's report. So we'll keep that in mind. If we could go to the next slide, please. There was broad support, again, for enhanced transparency in the auditor's report, but there was a caution to avoid boilerplate. There was another caution, but I'll get to that. And then other comments we received were in relation to what we will be presenting in December, which is consideration of external information and supporting the audit evidence when you're evaluating management's assessment of going concern. And Jim, I will come back to you, but I just want to talk about the PAG letter, if you don't mind. And so we don't have a slide for that, because, but you have all received that letter, because we just wanted to pop back to them and have them clarify a couple of points which weren't clear to us, whether there were statements and we weren't quite sure in what were they making, in relation to what were they making those statements. But generally, they were very kind enough to come back to us. There was support about transparency in the auditor's report. They said it's also key that entities are transparent in their financial reporting, particularly given the current economic environment. A particular matter of transparency was raised, which I mentioned this morning, which also came up in the CAG discussion in relation to caution about revealing original information. Now, we have, as I mentioned this morning, we do have some really good guidance in ISA 701 about the two aspects related to other information, original information. The first is that when you're meeting the requirements of the financial reporting framework, it's not about just compliance with all the requirements. There's also that stand back on, have I actually achieved fair presentation? So it is sometimes important to think about where management has not included information in the financial statements, but the auditor believes that achieve fair presentations they should have, then you would think about perhaps going down a modification route. And then the second point is the guidance about original information itself and when it may not be appropriate to include that in your auditor's report, and particularly when it's prohibited by law or regulations. So we haven't had a chance to talk to the task force about that, but that's certainly something we'll consider whether we need to think about for this standard in moving forward. So Jim, I think that's the highlights of the CAG meeting. Obviously, as I said, we had a really good discussion, but if there's anything else that you wanted to raise.
Just a few things. There was a very engaging discussion in the area of going concern. It's interesting that I just want as a side note, the word avoid boilerplate has been in a number of these presentations. I think I would just note that for the board. But two areas I wanted to highlight. One was really a focus on the risk of material misstatement and the risk assessment when you're in a going concern situation was discussed, as well as considering management's bias in terms of some of their projections as I think a big red flag warning if you think of, I won't say fraud, but puffery for sure. And then there was a note, going concern, if you view it under a public sector governmental lens, I think there's some aspects of going concern that are different because hopefully your sovereign nations aren't going to go away. But you do have to, there's still some financial sustainability issues or fiscal sustainability. And there may need to be some acknowledgement that things are a little bit different in the public sector environment, and noted. Thanks.
Thank you. Sally Ann, over to you.
Brilliant. I'm multitasking, changing the slides and talking. Up my game. So you have set out on this slide just some of the qualitative standard setting characteristics that the task force took into consideration, both when thinking and advancing the thoughts around the proposed actions as well as their drafting. We definitely wanted to make sure that these important characteristics are addressed and more particularly throughout the life cycle of the project, and not just come back to the qualitative standard setting characteristics at the exposure draft or final standard stage. So we wanted to make sure that those were reflected here. You would have also seen them be threaded throughout the issues paper. They were highlighted as well. So these characteristics, together with the CASP drafting principles and guidelines, were what we pointed to and reflected on when developing our drafting that you'll see and that will be discussed today. So that's all I have to say on this particular area. Back to you, Josephine.
Thank you. So in my usual manner, you're probably all used to me now. We're just going to go straight to the questions. You had the issues paper, of course, and everybody's had a chance, to read that. So we're moving immediately to question 1, and that's for the So even the board has to be on its toes this morning. That's for the in relation to our proposals for terminology, which is discussed in paragraphs 18 to 30 and reflected in the relevant drafting paragraphs, which are included under the box there. So we're looking at paragraphs 6 to 7, 9A, and then the application material A2A to A2C, A8, A21 to A22. And we'll keep the slide up so you can see that. So Tom, over to you. Thank you.
Now I understand why we needed 10 minutes. Sally Ann's going to continue to move around the room. It's sort of like an orbit of Earth. Okay, anyone want to come in on question 1 related to terminology? Julie.
Thank you. Thanks, Josephine. And a lot of great work here. So I'm supportive of where we're headed. A couple of things popped up, and it's in relation to paragraph 9A. And one of them was the inclusion of individually or collectively in the definition, and whether or not that might, I guess when we were thinking about it, paused a little bit to say, could you be in a situation where you have an individual event that, or some sort of condition or event that individually might trip you over to think you have a going concern problem, but then you have to look at it collectively. But because we have an or in the middle, are those separate evaluations as opposed to an and in the middle that might help, because you think about it individually and collectively? The other suggestion from that was maybe we need to split that thought into 2 thoughts, because I think you could have circumstances where you have an individual event and that in and of itself causes you a problem, or you could have a bunch of different events and you need to think about them together, but the or really tripped people up in there. And then the only other piece on there is in A2C, A2 big C, it feels a little bit like we have a alternative definition for material uncertainty. They don't seem consistent between the 2. And so it's just maybe the task force could take a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Joey, you were so patient the last round that I feel obliged to call on you now.
Thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate that. So thank you, Josephine and task force, for all the great work done. I just want to say that, so maybe just quick reflection on what Julie just said on the, or if we change to and, then I'm just on the fly thinking it sounds to me that that event will have to individually cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as going concern. So I'm not, just immediate reaction, I'm not sure if and will work for me, but need to think about it a little bit more. But I wanted to come in to support what the task force has done. Even though it's a financial reporting issues as highlighted in the issues paper, I think it's just helpful for us to have a definition. And I think the way it's been positioned, including with the application material is very appropriate. I guess one question mark is what will happen if IAASB decide to define this term in the standard, but we take comfort in the fact that we as a board continue to closely coordinate with IAASB liaison through this project and with the liaison group. And understand that this term, the same term is defined in the UK, so there is precedence, and the UK post-implementation review may help provide further insights to us. I also want to mention that I really like what's been done with paragraph 12 as well. I think it is under this category. I appreciate the clarity that is now given to users of our standards. So just great support throughout. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you. Good job on a lot of this material. I support the definition of material uncertainty. With a slight follow-on caveat is simply to take a look and make sure there aren't any unintended consequences of defining that, because we did notice a few places where we use the term material uncertainty, not necessarily in the context of going concern. So just to make sure there aren't things that sort of trip us up. The issues paper suggested that the concept of significant doubt isn't well understood. and wondered whether we could do a little bit more in relation to that. Yeah, whether it's sort of defining or explaining it. It didn't. What was in the application material didn't quite cover it off. So there seemed to be an opportunity there, perhaps to add a little bit more to explain that. Thanks.
Thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. And first of all, Josephine, to you and the task force, really good set of work here. Relative to 9A, I'm comfortable with the definition. My only ask is maybe to think about when you look at the application material, and in particular A2C, there's some good words in there about behind the word material talks about the concept of reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of intended users, which is not uncommon. You know, we use that quite a bit when we talk about materiality. The question is that so meaningful that it should move up to the front in the requirement? That's my only suggestion, because when you think about going concern, it is all about the users, right? And so that is a pretty paramount principle. And so I'm comfortable with it, how it's worded. The question is, does it get elevated up to the requirement? Thank you.
Thank you. Kaihui?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Josephine and team for the work. I think we all know that there are so many expectations from the stakeholder especially on this project. Regarding to the first question, I can support the changes of terminology as suggested in agenda item 7A, with the exception of the proposed wording in paragraph A to C. I believe that the description of materiality in A.C is not in line with how ISA 320 deals with materiality. In ISA 320, no definition of materiality is given because materiality would be defined or explained in the financial reporting framework. ISA 320, therefore, includes a default description of materiality that applies only when the financial reporting framework does not include a definition or description of materiality. A2C presumes that only this default definition applies. Furthermore, one common conditions do not occur, they just exist. It's my view, in addition, it is not the potential magnitude of the evidence or conditions that causes them to be material, but the magnitude or the potential effects on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. I'm not convinced that a description of when uncertainties are material is needed, because material uncertainties by description may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. Thanks.
Thank you. Josephine?
Great, thank you very much for the support there. So we will look at the and/or, and or is and/or, sorry, but we will look at the or and the and see whether we've got that quite right. Thank you. And the relationship in A2C. And we will, thanks to check through for these instances of material uncertainty and make sure we've got that right. We also have on our to-do list to have another look at significant doubt. We did as a task force have a brief spell at it prior to this draft coming through, but we weren't quite pinning it down. So we do intend to go back to that, but it's a good reminder. Thank you. And yeah, thank you, Dan. We'll reflect on whether reference to users should be elevated, but also in the context of Kaihua's caution relation to A2C's relationship with ISA 320. We did actually draw that material from the IAASB's material when we pulled it together. So I can understand why it might not fit completely with our standards, but we'll have a look. Thank you. Thank you. So now we're on to the risk identification and assessment piece. So the board has asked for its views on our proposals there, and they were discussed in paragraphs 33 to 49 of the issues paper. There's quite a few paragraphs here in the proposed standards. So it's 10 to 10A, 11A to 11B, and then of course the application material supporting that is in A3 to A4B. And A4D to A7B. Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
Excellent. Question number 3.
Diane's not going to let you get away with that.
Making sure I can navigate to all the different sections I have to, so bear with me, please. So in 10A, little a, one of the comments, just to ask you to, in Josephine's word, noodle on this, is we say that the entity's business model, objective strategies, and relevant business risks, related business risks, relevant to identifying. I just question whether relevant is right. Are those the items that we should be looking at, or is it the entity's controls related to the model, the objectives, the strategies, the risks to potentially identify a risk of going concern? So it's just, is it direct relevance, or do you make a pit stop and consider the controls that get you there? Just checking to see what else I have in here. See, this is where I didn't like this, because now there's a pause, an uncomfortable pause. Also in 10A, little h, where we talk about the entity's information system. Again, and this is going to be a thing that I'll bring up a couple times. The question that I had, the general question I had was, is going concern an estimate? And being very forward in the concept that we do view going concern as an estimate, and as such, what does that mean with it? And so when we look at an example, and so as I mentioned, that's a theme that I had, do we want to push that? When you look at the entity system of internal control in H, the question might not be so much about the entity's information system, but really about the estimation process that goes into assessing going concern. So just elevating it a bit and not getting too focused on the IT system, more about the overall estimation process. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chun-Li?
Thank you. So on 10A, and I wonder if I should make this comment, because it's a almost irresponsible comment.
I'm not sure how I should react to that.
Well, it's an observation, but I don't have a solution for it. And this is not just for going concern. I think this morning we heard a little bit about that, and this is the way we have been dealing with it with 315, and you know, we have a precedent in 540 as well. And I think this is what we hear from our outreach. You know, people say that when I do my risks identification and assessment, I don't decide, okay, this morning I'm going to do fraud, this afternoon I'm going to do going concern, tomorrow morning I'm going to do accounting estimates and so on. And the fact where is, you know, we have all this requirements scattered around makes it difficult in terms of implementability, which is the term we use in the issues paper, which I didn't even know exists. So I can see why we're doing it this way. I don't know how we can solve that problem. With firms with the luxury of having audit methodology obviously don't have to deal with that issue because they have someone to piece everything together. But just the issues somehow seem a little bit more acute for 10A. And I wonder, is it because of the granularity that we're seeing in 10A, or at least the way I see it, and also the use of the term including instead of for example. And whether when we say including, whether that will actually drive practitioners into some kind of anxiety that they will risk missing out on bits and pieces that are lying somewhere, and they have not explicitly documented how they have taken all those things into account in their procedures. So that's a 10A. I tried to poke hole. I tried to go through them and try to see whether there's anything I can maybe take out. I can't really find them, to be honest. But maybe that including versus, for example, is something we can maybe consider if the task force wouldn't mind that. Otherwise, I think the application material is great. I really like your approach of, for example, addressing scalability, including highlighting the need to scale up when necessary. So I really appreciate that. One minor comment on one of the application materials, so A10C, where we talk about contradictory evidence. Now, I agree with the example that's there, where we are comparing assumptions used in cash flow forecast for going concern purpose versus forecasts used in recoverability, impairment assessment purposes. So I think that example is fine, but I guess potential management bias built into such forecasts will likely be similar in all three cases. So I wonder if we should add another example where such bias will not be present. So we have some good examples in the earlier paragraph, for example, in A6B, or other examples like board minutes that review near-term cash flow crisis, challenge with growth projection, or something like that. So just to consider whether we can maybe expand that example a little bit. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Diane, your 10 is still up. Did you forget something?
Forget, I apologize. I wanted to come in and say that I thought the application material was excellent. And a lot of the edits that you made, I would say modernized what is happening. I thought it was really, really well done. So that was the only other comment I wanted to come in on. Thank you.
The task force is glad that I called you back in for that last one. Julie.
Thank you. And I wasn't sure about bringing this up, but Josephine, I want you to be rest assured we read all of these papers in detail, and we do have thoughts on them. So it was 10A little c, and we talked there about, this is under the entity and its environment, and we talk about measures used internally and externally by the entity, but the examples that we have there are all internal examples. So I wonder if we need to put something in there that has a nod to external example, an external example in that requirement there.
Thank you. Seeing if anyone else. No one else. So good bit of support there.
Yeah, thank you very much for all that support. On the first question about 10A and the related business risks, we thought actually that's both really. It's both controls and it's a direct understanding of them. So I think we could probably do some clarification there to support that. And also thank you for the suggestion on 10A little h. The more we can make this directly specific to the going concern work, the better. So we'll look at that. Thank you. Can we, I mean, I'm not quite sure, as Lynn says, it is, as Lynn already said this morning, she's disappeared, but it is an integrated effort. I would be slightly worried about changing the words in applying to including, for example, because we now have that in ISA 600. It's sort of, we've bedded that down, and we're also looking at it in fraud too. But maybe if you have some suggestions, maybe there's something additional we could put in the application material to make it absolutely crystal clear that you're doing this all together. One big happy family, as Lynn mentions, that'd be quite helpful. Thank you. And in terms of A10C, yeah, we'll look at adding another example. That's a good call. Thank you. And again, with 10 big A little c, we'll look at an external example for you, Julie. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, in this particular instance, I will not read all the paragraphs out because that will take longer than the conversation possibly. So if you could give us your views on our initial proposals for the auditor's evaluation of management's assessment, and that's discussed in paragraphs 53 to 83 of the issues paper. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, we'll take comments on paragraphs 12, 12B, 13. No, oh, you suggested I shouldn't do that. Sachika.
Thank you very much, Tom. I have two comments on regard to this question. The first one is on paragraph 16, big A, which relates to the concept of 540 accounting estimates. Although I agree that the concept of accounting estimates apply to going concern, I'm a little bit concerned about that this requirement is not scalable in the context of, each circumstances of each audit. And I really appreciate that in the issue paper, you are effort to introduce scalability in the standard, but I noticed that there is no such application material in this requirement. So I think accounting estimate is an area where scalability is very important. So I think it would be useful to provide some scalability consideration with regard to this requirement. That's my one comment. And my second comment is on paragraph A9 about the addition of the wording in a less complex entity in the second sentence, I think. This paragraph provides an example of when a lack of detailed analysis by management may not prevent the auditor from concluding whether management's use of going concern basis is appropriate. And it specifically illustrates the case of less complex entity with a history of profitable operation and ready access to financial resources. But I think that there are some cases, even if not in LCE, that do not need a detailed analysis in such circumstances. So my recommendation is, revert back the addition of less complex entity. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. My first comment refers to paragraph 12 in the agenda item 7A. The wording there is a fundamental change in ISA 570 that I believe may not be appropriate. In extent, ISA 570, the auditor concludes on whether a materiality exists related to events or conditions they may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern based on the audit evidence obtained, rather than seeking to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about whether such a material uncertainty exists. This is different from the conclusion in extent ISA 570 on whether management's use of the going concern basis of accounting is appropriate, because the material uncertainties affecting this conclusion are known and the auditor is able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence with respect to their impact on the going concern basis of accounting. In my view, there are literally innumerable potential business risk and instances of potential non-compliance with laws or regulations that have the potential to lead to the interruption of business operations that lead to an event or conditions that can lead to a material uncertainty. To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence in relation to these issues, auditors would need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on all potential business risk and potential non-compliance with laws or regulations that may cause such a material uncertainty. This would constitute a risk management and compliance audit. For larger or more complex entities, this can only be done by having the auditor rely on the entity's risk management system and its compliance management system. This would, in my view, imply that auditors would need to perform tests of the effective design, implementation, and operation of the risk management and compliance management systems. Certainly, these risk management and compliance audits and obtaining reasonable assurance on the entity's risk management and compliance management systems could theoretically be done, but it would involve an audit effort that exceeds the audit of internal control over financial reporting under SOX by at least an order of magnitude. I'm not convinced that this is the intention of the task force when it drafted this requirement. This is my first comment. I have a second comment, but I'm not sure whether I should present it here. It's referring to paragraph 13C. I think we covered it on a different question. Is this right? It's included here also. No, not, sorry, not, it's not 13C, sorry, that was my mistake. 13BA. Should I present it here, the comment?
Do we cover 13BA elsewhere? Okay.
Because it's not listed on the screen, that is the reason for the question. Okay, then I present it here.
You want it elsewhere?
Later? Okay,
Later.
sorry,
Yeah.
thanks. Yeah.
Why I should have read the whole list out. Yeah, Josephine?
Yeah, Kai, stepping back from that, that was a lot to take in and I didn't catch everything. So we'll have to take that away and have a look at it. If you don't mind, maybe just sending that along to me. The only thing is that we have just taken what's written in the objective of the standards. So that's why that's why we'll have to take it away and understand where the problem is, because we've lifted it from the objective and we brought it into the requirements here. We've just made it, just broken it up a little bit. So I don't think we've actually changed anything from the extent, but as you say, there's clearly a caution there. So if you wouldn't mind just sending that along and we'll take that away and have a noodle with the task force on that one. Thank you. Thank you.
Eric.
Thanks, Tom. So the comment I have is around the application material paragraph A19B and the related requirements 16D and 16E. And this all started when we were reading the example in A19B, which is talking about when the auditor is aware of a significant delay between the date of approval and the date the financial statements are issued, and steps that the auditor should take. And the concern that was raised was in relation to how this paragraph, this example, ties in with 560 and paragraph 10, which sort of says the auditor is not required to do any procedures after the date of the auditor's report. And when we looked back at the requirements 16D and 16E, I guess the question came up, which talks about the auditor shall consider whether there's any additional facts or information have become available since the date on which management made its assessment. But it's really silent about how far the auditor has to go in that respect. It seems it's almost open-ended in terms of you never stop thinking about management's assessment and whether it's needs to be revised. So the point I'm trying to make, I guess, is the example in that paragraph A19B is not a very good example of what's in the first sentence of that paragraph, but it also has raised questions about the relationship of 16D with 560 paragraph 10. Like where are the boundaries around which these requirements apply. So that's a question we have for you on that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
I will start with just echoing what Eric just described. A question about, is there a time boundary on that requirement? Should there be? Another question was, do we need some of those words now that we are expecting the assessment by management to go 12 months after the approval of the financial statements? I guess the question was, do we need those words the way they are now if we're actually extending the assessment period by management? But just a question to noodle on, Josephine. Back to some of the earlier paragraphs that were discussed by some of the other board members, really liked paragraph 12. I thought it was a good way to introduce the more robust evaluation and potentially introduce some scalability in there. And so I was really happy with paragraph 12. When it got to and I commend you for bringing in the concepts around using some of the concepts in 540, because I think they're now familiar to auditors. And when you're thinking about projections and estimates, it's good to think about them in a framework that already exists. But there was a little bit of a question in my mind about the methods piece and how applicable that might be to going concern, because it implies that there's a choice of methods, and then it implies that you might have an inappropriate method chosen. So maybe just take a look at that and make sure what we meant there, and if we need to have an application material paragraph or something to sort of explain how that works in the context of going concern, that might be really helpful. And Sachiko mentioned scalability earlier. I think they will be helpful here as well. I think if there's no events or conditions identified, you probably have a pretty light touch here. And so maybe some nod to a scalability paragraph would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Diane?
And is on application paragraph A13D, and it's a really good sentence what you've got teed up here. My suggestion is maybe to beef it up a bit. So we talk about what this is dealing with is if there's events or conditions that have been identified in the period beyond management's assessment. We say, depending on the nature, we could ask management to go and do something. We might be able to tighten that up a bit by depending on the nature, and in particular, if what has happened is contrary to the assumptions that they used in their assessment, right? And that's the typical example is management says, oh, I'm going to have a boatload of revenues and here's my projections. And, now you're starting to realize that their projections were clearly optimistic. That is a key piece of information that you're learning about an assumption. And I think that is particularly a situation where you go back to management. So maybe just tighten it up and give a little bit more beef as to what are we really concerned about. We're concerned about things that we're seeing that are contrary to assumptions or representations that they made to us. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Sue, I'm sorry, Sue. It's right across the way from me.
I know. I've probably made your eyes go funny with the dress. It's
definitely not the case. Definitely not the case. It's chair error.
That's fine. So I actually wanted just to express support for some of the material you've got, Josephine. I think there's some really helpful stuff here. I think it helps that you've gone into a bit more detail. The people I was speaking to liked the material in A19B, the example there. It did raise some of the questions that Eric and Julie have referenced. And so, there's maybe more to think about, but I thought it was really constructive that we were going there and trying to tackle that sort of thing. It does happen a lot in practice. And I also really like the distinction you've got between method and assumptions and data in 16A. It helps distinguish the nature of the work, which can be different in the different areas, and maybe encourage slightly different thinking about where the particular risks might be that need to be dealt with. Thanks.
Okay. Josephine.
Again, thank you for the support there. Really grateful for all these good ideas as well. Sachiko, yes, we'll look at the scalability for 16A and we can certainly make have a look at making that change in A9. Another noodling one. Eric and Julie, yeah, we will, that's a fair challenge. We'll have another look at 16D, 16E and the infinite loop that appears to be a concern, I understand. And then method, yes, good idea. Perhaps explaining how that works in different environments. In fact, when I was looking at the standard last week, I actually had the same thought. I thought we're a bit light on this, and it is different. So yeah, thank you for that. We'll do that. And again, we'll tighten up A13D. Diane, thank you. And yeah, Sue, thanks again for the support. I think that was everything, Sally. Yeah, okay. All right, so question 4, professional skepticism. So if you could just give us some feedback on our proposals in relation to professional skepticism, that's in paragraphs 87 to 96 in the issues paper. And a smaller list here. So we're now dealing with 12A, 17A, and then it's A4C, A10C, and then we've got A22A through to A22C. Thank you, Tom. Over to you.
Okay, we'll do this as the last question before our lunch break. We're making good progress and Sue, I'm going to call on you first because I missed it last night. You were there. Yeah, I have particular attention. Kai, I get you next. Okay.
That's fine. We're obviously, blinding you this side of the table. I thought the emphasis on management bias was good in there. I wondered whether we could perhaps include some examples of indicators as you start building out some of that material. I think there's probably some slightly more, I don't know, incisive examples we could build in. Thanks.
Okay.
Very brief, Josephine. I'm very happy with the proposal on professional skepticism. Thanks.
Okay, that went faster than I was expecting, but we will still take our lunch break at this moment. One thing, we did get an email from the audit evidence task force, I believe, this morning, if you haven't seen it yet. So, Sue, any preview you want to give to that?
Well, you've got it. So you've got your homework now, and really just to say that the task force will be here tomorrow morning if if anybody wants to pick anything up with us. But you've got plenty of time. Just get in touch if anyone has any questions, and hopefully we look forward to your support tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to take our break right now. I think we will reconvene again as we were scheduled to do at 1:30, right? That'd be 2 p.m. Sorry. So we have 90 minutes for a break right now. I think it's been a good, productive sessions this morning, but I think a 90-minute break may be a good one. And then we'll finish off going concern this afternoon. So thank you all, and have a good lunch. Okay, we're going to start in about 90 seconds. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to continue with going concern right now, but we're a bit ahead of schedule. So the plan is after we finish going concern, we're going to return to sustainability assurance and not deal with whatever was left, with the exception of the project proposal that's been revised. And you should now have it in your email boxes. So I hope that's a satisfactory plan. We're going to use all of the time allocated for the day, assuming we don't finish the issues too early, but we'll go through all the issues on sustainability, save the project proposal. Josephine, back to you.
Thank you, Tom. But for the sake of variety, Sally Ann's going to take over from here. Sally Ann.
Josephine, would you mind advancing the slide one, please?
Michelle, would you please just move that slide forward for us? Thank you.
Lynn, we need your help again.
There you go. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. There was too easy and a target to ask, Josephine. So we're moving on to question 5, and this really just relates to the changes that we made since the June board meeting. We're covering a number of topics. Those are the ones outlined on the slide there. So timeline, communications with those charged with governance, communication with appropriate external parties, and transparency in the auditor's report. So I would invite questions on those areas. Tom, over to you.
Okay. Question 5. Sachika.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad that I already finished my lunch to make comment. I have now energy. On this section, I'd like to comment on timeline. And first of all, I really appreciate that the task force changed the order of the requirement in response to our discussion in June. But I have to say that it's kind of overall comment, but I still have some residual concern on paragraph, particularly 13 big B and A11, because they require the auditor to request management to extend its assessment period if that period covers less than 12 months from the date of the approval of the financial statement in all cases. I do not think we should eliminate the possibility for the management to decide the assessment period is appropriate to be 12 months from the financial statement date, because I think this is in fact the minimum period accepted under IAS 1 and the requirements in some jurisdictions. I think the auditor's request for extension should be based on the auditor's evaluation about reasonableness of the management period in accordance with paragraph 13A. And in making such evaluation, I think the appropriate financial reporting framework requirements that address the assessment period should be one of the important consideration. I'm sorry, I almost repeating my comment made in June, but I think this matter need careful consideration as it directly affects preparers as well. they are looking at financial reporting framework requirements and normally do not know the development in the auditing standards. So I think changing the requirement directly by the auditing standard will potentially create a lot of challenges. That's my comment. Thank you.
Chun-Wei?
Thank you. I could have said ditto or refer to the recording in the June meeting, but I think we have time, so I'm going to just pout on. So it's the same area and similar comment. I guess the question is, do we feel that we should not drive more robust work by auditors in this important area? Of course not. I mean, we should. We just feel strongly that we can do it without unilaterally mandating the extension of the assessment period to 12 months from the date of approval of the FS. Now, IAS 1 requires management to take into account information about the future of at least 12 months from the end of the reporting period. And in a scenario where you have a history of profit making and ready access to financial resources, and then under IAS 10, reflecting on the effect of events up to the date the financial statements are authorized for issue, nothing comes to the management attention that requires them to update the assessment, then they will not be required to extend the assessment beyond 12 months. And I find it hard to argue that under this kind of scenario, and especially when the auditors themselves have not identified material uncertainties that may cause significant doubt, that auditors can compel management to prepare assessment based on 12 months from the date of approval, notwithstanding the fact that this may be a simple exercise of updating the information. On the other hand, if the facts and circumstances point to the need for management to update their assessment beyond 12 months from the end of reporting date, as required by IAS 10, and they choose not to do so. So in this kind of scenario, auditors, I think, must not shy away from challenging management decision. I feel that our standard should focus on supporting the auditor's response in such a situation where the scrutiny of the auditors is the most critical. And I think this is really how we should be addressing the key public interest issue. Having a blanket requirement that is potentially challenging to apply in a non-risky situation, given that there is no corresponding requirement in the financial reporting framework, will, in my mind, not achieve the impact that we hope for. So like Sachiko, I think we have an excellent starting point in the relocated 13A, requiring the auditor to evaluate the reasonableness of the period used by management based on the nature and circumstances. I think that's an excellent starting point and can build it from there. And you already have a lot of very robust material that support the auditor's work. So I thought, that is really where we should be going forward on. And just going back to the information gathering phase of this project, where we see those cases where auditors are signing off on the auditor's report, but going concern is proving to be an issue. The question is, would those known facts and circumstances not have driven management to extend their assessment anyway, based on IAS 10? And if so, then if they are not doing it, just changing the requirement the way we have done might not have resulted in a different outcome. So sorry for piling on, but I thought we have enough time after lunch. So thank you so much for your attention.
Okay. Maybe this would be a good opportunity to remind us what we agreed to in June, and then making sure we're focused on whether it's a proper reflection of what we agreed in June, or whether we want to reopen the discussion. Chloe, I think you were going to the point of management's assessment, not the fundamental decision in June, but I just want to make sure what our instruction was to the task force in June.
Yeah, so overall, there was actually support in response to our stakeholders to change the commencement date from the date of the balance sheet essentially to the date of approval of the financial statements. And for reasons that CAG also mentioned in their response to us when we had the CAG meeting, what we have done is, in response to the board's requests, is the geography of the reasonableness test was basically not in the right place. It felt uncomfortable to some board members where it was. And so we there restructured the flow of the requirements in relation to the fact that you do want to consider the reasonableness of that period, irrespective of the minimum period, the commencement date. But at least you need to make sure that the commencement date is the date of approval when you're looking at the at least 12 months. And that's and as part of the decision in June as well, it was very clear that it's not inconsistent with the applicable financial reporting framework, which says at least 12 months. So the comments that at least 12 months, which we also mentioned, relates to this as well. So that was our instruction. Overall, happy with the commencement date changing and address the material and the order of the material and the flow, which is what the task force went away and did.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we do it in the context of our last decisions too. Kaiue.
Thanks, Tom. I first want to start with my comment to paragraph 13B in the agenda item 7A. The reason I'm bringing this comment again is because it is fundamental for me and may have an impact on my voting behavior on the draft. I agree with changing management's assessment period from 12 months from the balance sheet date to 12 months after the date of approval, the financial statements, when the date of approval is somewhat late, so that the period covered is still relevant. That is a matter that management would need to accept. However, when there is no such delay in the date of approval of the financial statements, I note that management will likely not accept an extension beyond 12 months beyond the balance sheet date when the financial reporting framework specifies that as a minimum period. At least in my jurisdiction, if the auditor were to qualify their audit opinion when management does not extend its period of assessment beyond that required by the financial reporting framework, even though the date of approval of the financial statements is not late or there are not other unusual circumstances, such qualification would provide a basis for management to sue the auditor for inappropriately qualifying the audit opinion. For these reasons, I cannot support the change of the commencement of the assessment period from the date of the financial statements to the date of approval of the financial statement. Should I express my comments to 28 and 20B and 22 also, or should I wait?
I don't believe that's covered here.
It's covered on the last section on the auditor's report.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and later on I come again.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you. Philly?
Thank you, Tom. And maybe just to add to what Josephine has said in terms of the decision that was taken in June and what the task force has subsequently did. The other thing I should also just note is we did do outreach to the IAASB as well, and we did present to them this approach or direction that the task force was taking, and they did not see any conflict in terms of what we are doing in any conflict with the IFRS standards as they are written today. So I just wanted to know that. And then I think the other thing that's important as well, because I do think we need to stand back and say, well, what's the end result of all of this? And I think, Jean-Louis, the way that you explained it in certain circumstances where there's a clear history of profitability, ready access to financing, all those things,
For me, if you look at paragraph 13A through to 14A in combination, which we would hope what you will do, you will come to that conclusion. You would say, I've evaluated the reasonableness of management's assessment period. I've requested them, if it was not more than 12 months, I will request them to do it for more than 12 months. They will tell me, no, we think there's a legitimate reason that our period is reasonable. You would go into paragraph 14A and you would say, okay, fine, I agree with you. So I do think, and maybe there's a little bit of problem with one of our headings there, if we can get the sense that it's 13A through to 14A as a package, I think you are going to get to that end result, that in those instances where it is actually reasonable, that would be the conclusion. The auditor will concur with management.
Sue?
Thank you. This isn't necessarily directly related to the drafting, but I think this is probably the right place. It's just a question really for Josephine and the task force. As we're talking about transparency in the auditor reports, I just wondered what the task force's plans are to get more information about the close call reporting that is happening in some jurisdictions, so that we can learn from whether it's addressing the user needs in those places, and in places where it isn't in place, so that we can understand what the expectations are, which I think will then help us, as we flesh out some of the material on the reporting side. So apologies if it's not in the right place, but I just wanted to make sure that we were considering that. Thanks.
Warren?
Thanks, Tom. I'd actually just like to iterate Sue's point. I think that, Sue, it would actually be quite useful to understand that, and will certainly guide our appreciation of the different reporting options. Josephine, I've actually just got a request for clarification. I'm just a little bit fuzzy on the difference between 21 Cap A and 21 Cap B. So I understand that 21 Cap A is applicable to everybody, listed and unlisted. And I understand that it's when there's no material uncertainty. And then when I read 21 Cap A, lowercase b, we're dealing with the situation where you've not identified material uncertainty relating to events or conditions. So I understood that there were events or conditions, but there was no material uncertainty, as also indicated by the heading in italics. So that's great. Then when I look at 21 Cap B, it also has events or conditions being identified, but there's no material uncertainty. This, however, is just applicable in the case of listed entities. I just wanted to check with you if there's an overlap between those paragraphs, or if the only difference between the two is that the one is for the listed and the other one is for the unlisted, or is there the implication that in the one case, there are no events and conditions, whereas in the other case there is, because that seems to be coming through from the heading. So it's not a massive issue, but just a request for a bit of clarification, please.
Okay, on that point, you'll get your question answered, but I think we were trying to deal with all but that's the transparency. I stopped Kai a few minutes ago on that point, and we'll come back to that, Warren, if that's okay.
Sorry about that, Tom.
No problem. No problem. You're not in the room too, so you're very kind to stay up with us. Diane.
I just have two comments, and it's on paragraph A13E. That's the first sentence, which talks about if management is unwilling to extend their assessment, we say maybe a limitation on the audit evidence. I wasn't sure if you were thinking that actually could transform itself into a scope limitation. So I don't know if that was the intent, very specific to just be a limitation of audit evidence, or could it grow up and become a true scope limitation? And then in a spirit of what I said earlier, adding maybe a little beef to the paragraph at the end, where it talks about, you talk to management says, I'm not too interested maybe in extending this. So you decide to go talk to those charged with governance of the audit committee. And we say in here that you may talk to them because they'll provide additional information to support the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis. But you also may talk to them to see if they're aware of events or conditions that may cast substantial doubt. So it's really twofold. I don't want to lead the witness and say, hey, are you comfortable with management's basis of accounting? They say, yes, I am. No, you want to ask them what's going on. What do you know? Are there events and conditions? So just make it a little bit more of a robust, rich discussion. Thank you.
Eric.
Tom, I'll come back in on 21A when we get to that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Josephine and Sally Ann, any reactions?
So on Sue, on your point, we did have a discussion with this about this, and I think it was during the project proposal phase, might have even been in June actually. We have come to the conclusion that we want to explore these transparency paragraphs with our stakeholders through the exposure draft. So there's no intention to go back and do more research because we've already done the work and the research, and we've had the discussion groups, we've had the discussion paper and the roundtable groups, etc., which has brought us to this project proposal and these actions. So our next outreach is essentially the exposure draft. So that's why we've not added anything in the paper on that specifically. On 21A, what's the difference? I'm trying to 21A is in all cases in all cases the auditor is making an explicit assertion from their own perspective that there's no material uncertainty and the going concern assumption is appropriate. But in the situation of a listed entity, where in that situation you have what we've been calling close call and significant judgments were made in coming to the conclusion that there's no material uncertainty, we want more information in the auditor's report about the auditor's work in that regard. And that's where the difference is. And hopefully you'll see from the paragraph 21B, you're essentially pulling in the fact that the statement about the fact that the going concern assumption is still appropriate and that there's no material uncertainty, that would come into that transparency piece as well, or that section of the auditor's report. So then they would work together in that situation for a listed entity. Yeah, okay, just checking he's happy with that. And thank you, Diane. We'll look at A13E. It is a limitation on the scope. That's what we are thinking. But we'll clarify that and we'll look at improving the robustness of communications. Thank you. And then I think that was it, not related to the period piece.
Right, so that brings us back to the period piece, which is the crux of the matter. Any reactions on what we heard? I'm sorry.
So we continue on this path with our commencement date having been changed to the date of approval and the 12, minimum 12 months from, Okay.
Is there any concern, Adam?
So I really thank you for stepping in and clarifying how you could get there. But I think it's worthwhile asking Chung-Wei and Sachiko whether they're satisfied with that response.
I was thinking of going back and reading it again, but I thought it sounds like a circuitous way to get through to what could have been a much more straightforward outcome. So I will have a look again at the wording and maybe see whether there's any suggestion, but just reading, based on the reading, and I'm not sure, given that the standards are supposed to be used, and we always say the auditors on the street, the regular ordinary auditors, will they be able to see it the way that we intended it to be? Because there are different steps, right? You need to do this, they don't agree, you need to do that. And And maybe at the end of the day, the outcome is the same, maybe. But I you know, as I explained earlier, I thought there's a better way to do it, to be more focused. And we understand that, I guess, from the board's perspective, there was a majority decision to move a certain way. I just wanted to put, you know, on public record how you know, we feel at this point in time. We may change our mind. I'll have a look and we can discuss further.
Sachika.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Edo, for bringing it. No need to say sorry. And my position is very similar to Chun-Wee. I think I need to go back and read again, but and very thank you very much. I think your explanation is very helpful. Maybe we need to read in the entire package, but having particularly paragraph 13b seems to, for me, it's kind of the requirement to extend in all cases. Maybe this is a sign that I need to stop now. but hearing the view, maybe the board position is that we need to move forward, but I need to think about, again, hearing this discussion. That's my current position. Thank you very much.
Isabel.
Yes, I am a member of the task force. And initially, I had the same concern as Chun-Wee and Sachiko. And we had the opportunity to discuss it in detail during the task force meeting. But I concluded, as Willie has explained, that we have a way forward, not to qualify always, but to have this reasonableness test. So for me now it's clear that the requirements together with the application material provide the opportunity to do this assessment properly. But when I shared that with my stakeholders in France, their first reading, they did not see it immediately. So maybe we can work on that to clarify some of things or add some few application material. But just to say that I strongly support what Willie has said, and I believe it's there, but maybe it's not easy to see.
Well, the consequences of change would be to reduce the directness of 13B, which I think is a major element of the proposal too. And so I think that's what the task force grapples with, right?
That's right. And I think, and thank you, Isabel, I think that the point about maybe there is something we could do to highlight this process that the auditor goes through, or this thought process, the conversations that they're having with management. Management says, well, we're not extending it because we don't need to because of X, Y, Z. And then the auditor can confirm that information with other evidence, and they can still conclude that they've got a reasonable period. So maybe there's something we can do in the application material just to support the auditor in thinking through that process and having those discussions with management.
Okay. Feel like you have enough guidance on that?
The only thing I would say is that, Caio, I know you wanted to raise points on paragraphs 21, I think, or 22. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Eric will want to come in and wait. Kai.
Okay, thanks. Then I start with 20A. I'm afraid that I still have a fundamental issue with the requirement in this paragraph, while I recognize that auditors draw these conclusions as part of the audit, and therefore the auditor's opinions cover these conclusions implicitly. Making such conclusions explicit in the auditor's report when management is not required to explicitly violates the principle that audits are attestation engagements. That is, in attestation engagements, practitioners make assertions in their report in relation to the assertions of management in the financial statements, not assertions independently of management assertions like in a direct engagement. Furthermore, by including these conclusions in the auditor's report, when management is not required to, and therefore often will not include such insertions in the financial statements, sends the message to users that auditors have a greater responsibility in relation to the use of the going concern assumption and the identification of material uncertainties. The inclusion of these conclusions also suggests that these conclusions are separate piecemeal opinions on the financial statements. Then I would add my comment to paragraph 21b. I would like to point out that paragraph 20 was investigate for the so-called close calls, where disclosures of events and conditions is required because of the need for considerable management judgment, or the non-close disclosure would affect the fair presentation of the financial statements. Paragraph 20 and its application material does not require the auditor to seek to have the auditor qualify the report in all cases where management does not disclose events or conditions, even though no material uncertainty exists. Paragraph 21b seems to presume that whenever any events or conditions have been identified, but no material uncertainty exists, disclosures are always required by the financial reporting framework or for fair presentation. Since this is not the case under paragraph 20, there would be no note in the financial statements to refer to in cases where the financial reporting framework does not require disclosure or fair presentation is not effected, and the auditor has to no basis for qualifying the auditor's report to seek to move management to include such disclosure in the financial statements. Furthermore, if there are no such disclosures, the auditor has no basis for the auditor's description of how the events and conditions were addressed in the auditor's reports. And one least very brief comment to paragraph 22. My comments on paragraph 28 and 21A and 21B apply to paragraph 20 seconds, little c and little d. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Kai. Eric.
Thank you, Tom. And so my focus here is on 21A, 21B, and so at the last meeting, as you remember, I had expressed some concerns with including 21A in the requirements, but I acknowledge that the board has decided to put that out for exposure, and it's included. What I've come across through my discussion with stakeholders is now a bit of a conflict, because what happens is when there are close calls and you've said in 21A that there is no material, well, there is no material uncertainty, and you've made this disclosure about the auditor's conclusions, some of my stakeholders are worried that if there is no discussion about close calls in the report as a result of that, it could be a little bit misleading to users. In other words, you've said in the auditor's report that you've not identified any material uncertainties related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt. But unless you're a listed entity, you will not then go on and explain your close calls. So for a non-listed entity, it would be silent about the close calls. And so on the one hand, I could argue, well, we should have close calls for non-listed entities as well then. But I'm a bit conflicted about that because I'm not sure that close call disclosures for non-listed entities is necessarily that effective. So I just wanted to point this out, that if we put this 21A in there, that it seems to create for me a bit of a conflict about how we deal with close calls. My preference would be to leave 21A out, as I've already said, and then I wouldn't have a conflict with the close calls. But that's what I wanted to point out today. Thank you.
Julie.
Thanks. Along the same lines, but maybe a different perspective. So I remember the discussion about 21A from June. So I have no comments on that, Josephine. It was when I got to the close call requirement. And it's a bit, it's to Eric's point around, for non-listed, you're going to have a different disclosure in the report than listed. And I have trouble reconciling that, to be honest, with close calls. So I started to think about whether or not it would be better to, and I'll start off by saying, I don't have a problem with disclosing the close call information in the report. I fundamentally am fine with that. I just wonder if the mechanism of trying to use the CAM might be better than this paragraph here. And then it might help alleviate some of the conflict, because you could have it similarly to how we use CAM now. You could have it for CAM for listed entities. It sort of follows, as opposed to having this distinct section and only talking about close calls for listed entities. So it's just an offer of a potential difference. It would still have the disclosure in the report, because we could say that, for close calls, we would want to have a CAM for those, but it would be in the CAM section and potentially a little bit, maybe alleviate some of the conflict that Eric just described. It also could have the benefit of not confusing the material uncertainty, the way material uncertainties are described in the report and what we might see for close calls. And I just worry that that might get confusing with them sitting in different places in the report. But that was it.
Diane.
Julie, because I think that's a really excellent solution. It does strike you as odd. I'm sympathetic, Eric, to your point, that it does seem to be treating the close calls differently. So maybe this is an eloquent solution, is to have those fold into the CAM requirements. So I really support that, Julie. Thank you. My comment is a lot less exciting. It deals with the tone, and I just can't for the life of me remember in both 21B little b and 22D, as in Diane, we struck the words the auditor addressed. And we've moved to talking about how the topic was addressed in the audit. And I can't remember if there was, I'm sure there was a reason why we moved that way from auditor to how it was addressed, because how it was addressed kind of reads, interestingly enough, like a CAM. So I was just curious if there was some backstory to that. Thank you.
It's funny, Diane, I have Y in the column there, particularly since it introduces the passive voice in a way I detest.
Passive.
Yeah, but I did have why. It was a question. I wasn't against it. I just raised the question of why.
The lovely Julie's going to come in and explain that.
I do remember that, because I think I might have been the one that raised a question about the wording that's now crossed out. And it was because the auditor isn't the one that addresses the events and conditions. And the way it was worded before, it was the auditor having to address the events and conditions. And that wouldn't be the auditor playing that role. That would be management playing that role, right? Not the auditor. So maybe it got changed to something that's less clear, but that was the reason for the change.
My view about passive voice is this: you're obscuring the subject, so why don't we say who's doing the addressing? That's because I raised that question, is I missed the rationale, and maybe it's only because we followed it. We talk about roles and responsibilities, it's hiding the subject matter. That seems like it's small on the list of issues we're dealing with, though. Isabel, I see your head's up. Fernando, sorry.
Thank you.
It's obscured by that box. So I can... And now Isabel's laptop.
Thank you. Just have one consideration for the team and Josephine. I shared the comment from Julie, and when I read this 21B, I thought we were missing something to make it applicable to non-listed, but I think the intention was really to make it only applicable to listed. And now that I'm hearing about, we could use CAMs or we could use a different section. And then I think about, now we're talking about fraud, different sections. Just let's try to not overcomplicate the auditor's report, because I can think a couple of years from now, it could be very painful for us really to know exactly how we structure that and how we comply with all the different standards. I would suggest trying to keep it simple in benefit of the practice, because if it is going to be a problem for us structuring the report, I can imagine users reading, it's going to be even worse. I don't know what's the simple solution, but the more we bring paragraphs and titles and subtitles, I think the more we are complicating our life.
Okay, Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. I'm also on the task force. Listening to this discussion, I want to go back to Sue and ask you if you're satisfied with the answer on not doing outreach, but don't answer yet. Because the response was that it will be in the exposure draft, which is fine. But then listening to some of this discussion, I step back and I say, do we want all of this in the exposure draft? And then I also, for sure, we will, when we're done with our survey and our reach out, we will share it, but I don't think that's enough one way or another in terms of reach out pre-exposure draft. So I just asked that question now back to Sue, if you're satisfied with your answer, and then it's your turn anyway after. Oh, sorry. I thought I saw you reaching for your microphone.
So would you like to come in?
So my preference would probably be to try and weave something into any outreach that we're doing in advance. I know that there may be opportunities there. I also sort of read into that if we are going to do things on exposure, I would anticipate, again, maybe some more targeted outreach and making sure that we're asking some quite direct questions of some quite targeted individuals to see if we can get the appropriate feedback.
Okay. Josephine, back to you.
Yeah, there's just, I just want to stand back a little bit. We love that phrase now. And think about this, this addressing Eric's issue, which I'm not quite sure I understand, because I think we're in that situation today and as well. So, but I probably need to think that through a little bit more. But we did have a discussion about making sure in response to our stakeholders that whatever we did in terms of transparency would make it easy for them to navigate their way through the report. Because one of the issues that came back to us in jurisdictions where this is already happening, it's very difficult for investors to find the information related to going concern, because there's a little bit in this section of the auditor's report, and then there's the close call, more information in the CAM, and then there's potentially other statements that are required by law and regulation. So that's why we agreed in June that we would have everything in this one section to support those who wanted to keep it all tight ship and together. And I think, Fernando, that's what you were expressing. Yeah, thank you. So maybe it's a matter of the task force just going away and noodling over Eric's concern, and maybe there's something else that we could think about to help with that. But I wouldn't want to now undo this and start thinking about CAMs and emphasis of matters again, because we did get good direction from the board in terms of keeping it in this one section.
So food for thought on a number of those things. I think it's back to you. I see no other hands. Anyone else want to intervene on this topic? Okay, Joseph. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a comment from my perspective. I also in respect to the discussion we had earlier this morning, I think it's something that we there's an opportunity for this to consider it together with how we are going to report on fraud and whether the coherency then all sits together. So we agreed to walk down the avenues of both projects, but it all needs to make sense together as well. And that's where I take your comment, Fernando, and I have similar views. So we'll noodle over those.
Okay.
Yeah, and the timing is really good because obviously going concern, fingers crossed, will go out in March, and then we'll have a chance to do the outreach. And to Sue's point, we can also target some of that outreach, and so we'll get a sense of how people are reacting to that structure, the new structure, and moving away from the current structure that we have. So that will be helpful, and that will then feed into the fraud project as it moves along as well. Thank you.
Okay, you want to go on to the next section?
Yeah, next slide. And we're now, for even more variety, we're now handing over to Kalina. Kalina, you're up. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. Very briefly, just to say a few words about the non-authoritative guidance. We don't have it here on the slide, but Josephine mentioned earlier. So in response to some of the comments that were coming through from respondents, we did issue the non-authoritative guidance about the relationship between the going concern, CAM, and emphasis of matter paragraphs in the auditor's report that came out in August. Many thanks to the board for their comments, their offline comments on that. Very briefly, to say a few words about the way forward. So we do have a few actions to address from the project proposal. We have two actions that we will be bringing the going concern task force proposals in December. One of it is about the information from sources external to the entity. We also heard a few comments from the CAG coming through that there are expectations to enhance the standards in this respect. And we will also see how we can modernize the standard for use of technology. So we'll work with Danielle together and the technology group to see how we can enhance the standard in that respect. In December, we will also bring the conforming and consequential amendments as a result of the revision to ISA 570 to the other standards. And of course, we'll continue our coordination with the other working groups. We've already had a touch point with the auditor reporting consultation group as we work on updating the illustrations. That will continue. And as Josephine mentioned, we are looking forward for approval in March 2023. So Josephine, back to you.
Thank you. Yes, and that concludes our going concern discussion for today. Tom, thanks, of course, to board members for all the really helpful comments. And if you do have comments you want to send to us, please do. And we'll obviously work through those. Thank you.
Before we close, Michael, do you have anything, perspectives from PIOB?
Not much to add. I think things do seem to be moving along, and that certainly this the direction of the task force seems to be going in the right direction. Perhaps the PIOB would have preferred to go even a bit further in terms of having the auditor do their own independent assessment of going concern beyond just testing the assertion of management on that point. But the additional disclosure ongoing concern, I think, would be in the public interest. And whether this is going to apply beyond listed entities to pies as well is an important matter, and I'm not sure if that's still being considered or not. But we would encourage that. And that's all.
On that latter point, I just make the point that we need to deal with differential requirements. Under our current standards, we only have the ability to differentiate at the listed entity level. This is part of phase 2 of our PI listed entity project, where we can make a determination. So if we want to go to differentials right now, we are stuck with a differential at the listed entity level. So it's not that we've forgotten about it.
Mhm.
We just haven't made a determination about direct differentials in the context of that other project.
Okay, thanks for setting me straight on that one.
I have to be set straight all the time on that one too. But after 3 years, I learn a little bit. Okay, I think we're near conclusion on this. Jim, do you want to have anything to add from CAG's perspective?
I really don't have much. I think it was a good discussion, and I appreciate, again, reflecting the CAG's earlier comments.
Okay, so the task force has a bit of work to do. I'm sure they will be hard at work between now and our next session. We are gonna, as I said, turn to sustainability assurance. I am sure that we need to get the right people at the table. Instead of taking a half-hour break we were scheduled at 3:30 today, why don't we take our half-hour break now? And then when we reconvene at 20 minutes after the hour, we will turn to sustainability and try to complete all but the project proposal by the close of business today. Does that sound like a good idea? Okay, great. Okay, can we start gathering? Okay, we're back, and we're going to turn our attentions again to the Sustainability Assurance Project. You know, the release of the IAASB statement today is particularly timely as we start getting into the requirements, and we can cross-reference some of the topics that they highlight, many of which are clearly priorities in our work. So that's comforting in many regards. Lynn, I turn it over to you. I know we're going to focus more on agenda item 4-D.1 now.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for identifying that that's the agenda item that we're looking at. So that 54-page document is the focus of questions 8 to 9. Just to refresh your memories, in the session on Tuesday, we talked about the theory and the approach we were taking. This paper then brings it into reality. So this is taking 3000 and 3410, taking ICEs and putting them all together under using the criteria that we identified and the structure we talked about, and seeing what this would look like. We don't want specific comments on, I think this particular word and this particular bit should be changed, but we want from these 3 questions a sense of, have we got about the right level of granularity? Have we got about the right content in terms of the requirements per part? So I initially thought we could take all these questions together, but on reflection, I think they're very different. So I'm going to take them one at a time. And the first one is taking, and remember, this is the basis of the overarching standard, is what we've taken from 3000 and 3410 about right in terms of number and granularity from your point of view? I accept we might have to talk about some sections for this because we are bringing it in from concept to reality, but we're not going to go through bit by bit. It's as a whole picture. Does it look about right, what's coming over from 3000? Does it look too much? Does it look like there's massive gaps from your point of view? So that's the basis of question 8, and I will turn back to you, Tom, to take comments.
Okay, thank you. Question 8. Kai?
Thanks, Lynn, and thanks, Tom, for the opportunity to start. Referring to question 8, given the experience that Germany has obtained in writing standards for reasonable insurance on the management report and for its draft standard on sustainability assurance as part of the audit of financial statements. And as set forth in the ER guidance, it is probably impossible to deal with materiality considerations and identifying, assessing, and responding to the risk of material misstatements, as well as considering whether a misstatement is material without also requiring some form of information categories for the different types of information. So, for example, environmental or social included in those sustainability reports. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. Lynn, staying focused on the approach, I agree with the approach, and we've done a lot of reach out and a lot of discussion. So not going into the detail on, really precise into what's being suggested. But I do have the same caution from the first part of this session of the bridge, the transition, whatever it is between 3,000 and 5,000, is 3,000 a lesser standard? Because I have no issue in 5,000 standing alone being a premier standard, but at the end, we're going to have to figure out what to do with 3,000. Thank you.
Anyone else? Bill?
On exactly that point that you've raised, I think that'll be a journey as well. And I think, as Edo said the other day, that if we find major gaps that have to be filled, that therefore 3,000 may need to be revised at some point. So I recognise the difficulty. I'm just simply saying that'll be a journey, and that goes back to comms, Natalie. I think it'd be great if we could be clear what we can say about the relevance of 3,000 versus what the new standard is that's coming, because there'll be practitioners using 3,000 today.
Yeah, it's on the same issue, but coming at it from the other side. I said this the other day as well. When we do now develop 5,000 as a separate specific standard for sustainability assurance, it will have more and more specificity than we have in 3,000. And it needs to be enough so it actually stands alone, because under 3,000, we have some linkage to the other standards. So, and developing this to be also appropriate for other assurance providers, it needs to have enough meat that you actually can and use the standard on its own. And I think that's the challenge. So it's the same challenge, but coming up from the different side, that there will be I'm not saying that 3,000 is a lesser standard. 3,000 is a generic standard. There will be differences.
Anyone else on question 8?
Sorry, I thought you were going to say on the same point, but I had exactly the same point as Wendy and others, that what goes back to 3,000 at some point will be we need to consider.
Okay. Anyone else? So in general, I'm getting a sense of the room, general satisfaction with how you've adapted requirements from 3,000 to 3410. Anyone not that we have to not, please speak now. Okay, I just want to make sure that the record shows that the approach is supported. And if we know this issue that 3,000 exists and the potential that we may have to revisit it and figure out if there's discrepancies, but clearly, as we think about the project proposal, that probably will not be in scope of this project.
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to emphasise. It won't be. We will have a description of the scope in 3000 and 5000 and how they cross over, but we won't be looking at any detail of how to change 3000 in this project. Okay, that's excellent. 9 is probably a harder question. And that is, we have taken a number of ISAs into these 3 parts, well, in part 2 and part 3. I'm correct, there's nothing in, no ISAs in part 1? Correct. Okay, just to give you a sense of the quantity of ISA requirements we've taken in, for 220, there's around about 15, 16 requirements coming through on the basis that it's bringing in the quality management on side. For 250, we've got half a dozen requirements. For 260, we've got a couple, and for 210, we've got 4. So we've got quite a variety that we've taken across into the standard. And this is where we will either make the standard contract or increase as to how far we go with the ISAs. The 303410 is going to be fairly obvious. The ISAs is where we need real guidance of, now you've given us the guidance of which ISAs, which was adding to them, not taking away from them. In terms of the content of the ISAs, how far do we go? Have we got the specificity about right? Or should we have more? Should we have less? And specifically, I think 220 is probably the best example where it's gone reasonably comprehensive. Is that the right level? Or should we be looking at a different level? Or should we be looking to summarise some of the requirements rather than bring them straight across? I mean, we've done some amendment, but mainly for terminology. But should we be summarising? So this is an area where guidance is absolutely essential to us, because we could waste an awful lot of time doing a lot of work and come back and you say, we don't want all this stuff, or you have got too little in here about these areas. So some specific guidance in this area answering this question will be much appreciated. Thank you. Tom, back to you.
We talked about this issue yesterday in the abstract quite a bit, and right now this is sort of how it practically lays out. It's really interesting about 220. I alluded to yesterday, obviously having some knowledge of what was coming down the track, but IAASB explicitly refers to quality management in their statement, and this is sort of an effort to sort of get ahead of the curve on that point. So comments on how it's pitched in terms of taking our abstract concept yesterday to the reality.
Thank you, Tom. And Lynn, thanks again in allowing us to work through this well, giving us a good picture of what you're thinking of. And but unfortunately, I don't think you got it quite right yet. I think I've mentioned this yesterday as well, that I think we need to balance this against, well, if we add this here, what are we missing in 3000, and do we need to do it there as well? I think that's sort of a test that we need to apply. If I look at 220, case in point, I really struggle with it. Well, the board, in its conforming amendments in January, or that were issued in January, where 3000 was amended for the quality standards, there's 3 paragraphs that were changed as a result of it. At that time, the board felt that that was sufficient for 3000. So the question I'm having here is, why is that not sufficient for 5000? What are we missing? Did we make a mistake earlier on when approving the conforming amendments? And so that's, and I'm not just saying this for the content of the 220 elements in here. I struggle to disagree with it being here. I have a problem with why it is now appearing here and not in 3000, given that we explicitly agreed on what to include in 3000 as a result of the quality management standards. And I'm bringing this up because this is the level of, I guess, discipline and rigor that we need to deploy to keep moving on the standards. Because if you keep mulling over bringing all of this stuff in, then I think we may blow our timeline, and that's the last thing that I would like to see happen. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Just reminded of the context of that. I thought we were really, really hesitant at the time to do much on 3000, with the idea that at some point it would probably, with sustainability coming down the line, require a bigger examination. It just is the public interest on sustainability has accelerated that examination. That was at least what I remembered. I take your point, Edo, but I'm not sure we had the same mindset on conforming amendments for 220 on 3000 a few months ago. And it's the specific public interest that is ramped up on sustainability has accelerated whether we would consider it or not, notwithstanding whether we'd have to go back to consider 3000 changes in the future. Veli, I saw your 10 came up. Maybe I didn't get it quite right.
No, that's fine. I think you're quite right, Tom. When normally when we do conforming amendments, in any conforming amendments we try to limit it to the minimum necessary, so to ensure that the standards that we are doing the conforming amendments in can continue to operate effectively with the main standard that we are updating. And that's all we did through that project, the minimum necessary, just in terms of aligning concepts, terminology, references, that type of thing. I think the other thing that I just wanted to add to what Tom said, and Ada, it's a very important point that you raised, because I think, to your point, otherwise we're going to continue to have this discussion. And I think what we need to remember is that 3000 serves a completely different purpose. It is written at such a high level because of the broad spectrum of what it needs to deal with. Here we are talking about writing a standard for a very specific subject matter information, sustainability reporting, which we know is an attestation engagement. Remember, 3000 also accommodates that it could be used in direct engagement. So that is the difference. That is why what Lynn has also said, this is going to be, I know there was the discussion yesterday about possible criteria. It's going to be very difficult to develop criteria around this, because this is going to be the collective judgment of the board. So I think what we just need to bear in mind, we are writing here something for a attestation engagement for a very specific subject matter information. So the purpose of the two are completely different.
And I'd add to that, to a wider group of practitioners, because we're writing this for accountants and other professionals, and we have to keep that in mind as well.
So obviously we've responded to a point you made, Edo, so I welcome your intervention now if you want to come back in.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and I would. And I have appreciation for these points. If I look at how much of 220 was carried over, I still don't think the balance is quite right. With appreciation of these points, so it seems to be a relatively heavy lift over, and I wonder whether we could stick to the key principle that we're trying to make. And I think there's opportunity there to bring those across without all the elaborate new requirements that we're putting over. Thank you.
Okay, that's a different point, though. We're not constraining ourselves by what we did recently on 3000. It's a level of calibration of specificity. And I think that's the type of feedback you were looking for.
Absolutely. And the reason we've given you such a variety of different ISOs is to try and see what's the right level. I guess where would be of the view that we've probably got too much at 220 in. However, we wanted to put it in front of the board like this so we could get that feedback. So if anyone else has an alternative view, we can elicit it now before, imagine 315 coming back. We just wanted to get something relatively simple but comprehensive to get that view. So that's really valuable to us. Thank you.
Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom. And I think having a paper like this is really helpful to sort of see how this is going to work in practice. And so I really appreciate the effort that's gone in already to doing this. I'm pretty quite aligned with where Edo is coming from. I accept that there may be some new areas which are absolutely critical to having in the standard that are perhaps not dealt with enough by 3000. But I when I read the 221, I really, I said, this is going to be so imbalanced by the time we finish with it. You're going to have a few requirements and then 10 and 100 paragraphs, and it's just going to look unwieldy and imbalanced. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think that was really concerning to me. I think so. To Edo's point, I think we really do need to bear down on what do we think are the critical pieces of 220 that we can't live without in the overarching standard. Certainly on I haven't looked that closely at the 230 ones, but I was kind of wondering myself what more was really needed on 230 on documentation that is missing. So just struggling with getting an even-handed approach as we go through. So.
Okay, thank you. Josephine.
Potentially, unsurprisingly, I am an opposite view to Eric and Ada on this. I think actually you've done a really good job with this, and not everything in 220 requirements have been included. And in those instances, I was comfortable with the decision because you have to, this is not about dealing with the engagements just right now. It's about making sure, as I said, I think Monday, Tuesday, I can't remember. It's about, this has to be future proof as well. So it's better to, every time the requirement goes in, to understand, well, if I'm thinking now and if I'm thinking in the future, is this requirement going to be relevant in that circumstance? And when I was trying to think through that, again, no crystal ball, I thought, yes, this does make sense. Yes, this is appropriate. And for other reasons that Billy's already specified. So from that regard, in terms of 9, I think you got it spot on. Thank you.
Ty?
Thank you. This discussion is is somewhat similar to the discussion we had around LCE and drafting and how that we could do this. And not surprisingly, I'm not disagreeing that we need 220 in there. I'm challenging whether we should what we've done now is more or less lift the requirements and replace the terms that are applicable. Is that the best approach? Or now that we're starting writing a new standard, shouldn't we then try to write it in that context? And it may look different than what we have in 220, but it may still accomplish the same goal. So I think we should use that opportunity when we can, because if we put it out this, it's harder to change it later on.
So.
So I was broadly okay with the way that you've gone about it and the kind of balance. I think we looked at it. There seemed to be some good and sensible updates and adds that have gone in there. So that's where I was, and you won't be surprised based on the discussion we had earlier in the week that I would like to see some ads in relation to fraud, but it's for me the balance was feeling about the right kind of level.
Len?
I just want to come in and say that I actually support what Josephine said. I thought when I was reading it, I think 220 piece was actually fine. I think there's a certain expectation from the regulatory community, and so our standards is going to be looked at by the regulator as well. And I think the IAASB statement and also even the SEC proposal focus on quality management. So I would support working group's position on bringing 220. I think what you have done actually seems to be right for me. Thank you.
Kai?
Thanks. Very briefly, as I have mentioned on Tuesday, it seems to me that the requirements as taken from ISA 220 are far too granular and we have an overarching standard. So consideration should be given to summarizing these in some way. Thanks.
Okay, Josephine?
Thank you. And this has now been mentioned twice about summarizing or maybe changing the words. And I respect the challenge there, and that's fair. However, I think this was also mentioned earlier in the week. If we take a requirement from 220 and we change it just for the sake of just making it shorter or simplifying it, it adds actually more complexity in my view, and it will confuse people, particularly those who are in both camps. Why is this requirement, which is a little bit like 220 paragraph, whatever, slightly different here? Is there a different outcome? Is there a different approach? What is it? So I would actually caution strongly against changing the language. And and Kai will remember this from when we were talking about 220 and LCE. I did push back quite strongly on that too, because it's not a different level of quality you're expecting from the engagement team. It's the same. So why do we need to change the word? So, which, as we all know, we worked on over and over and over again at the time. So just wanted to add that point. Thank you.
So we're focused a lot on 220 because I think Lynn said it's where we went the deepest with ISAs. But for those who are in the concern about being a little bit more detailed, too detailed on 220, too granular, is your attitude the same on what we did with what the task force did at 250 and 260, or does it seem about right from that perspective? Maybe while you're pondering that, and you're welcome to come back in, because I think this is important to get the sense of the board. Wendy, it's your turn.
Thanks, Tom. So I took this question as more about giving guidance on approach before you go too far down a rabbit hole. And, there's lots of more contrary points of view. So I think the approach is laid out in the project proposal makes sense. We can rewrite the ISA 220, make them shorter. I don't know how well that went in LCE. I'll defer to Kai on that. I know there was a lot of discussion about what's in and what's out, but I think the approach and the premise of using 3000, using 3410, using the ISAs makes sense. Then there's a lot of judgment required as to how you bring it in. And I leave that in the fine hands of the task force and the writers. The only other observation I have in terms of guidance is we know we have the EER material, which you're already using. Are there other jurisdictions that already have a framework that might provide guidance, whether it's the AICPA or in New Zealand or in Australia? I know there are other standards out there that we should also be considering from an overall perspective to see what they have in it. So it's interesting. I'm not so persuaded about we have auditors doing this and non-auditors doing this because this is supposed to be a standalone standard. So I'm okay with using different language, which is contra to my auditor hat, but I'm in this, I got used to standalone standard and other users in this case. Thank you.
I guess One of the things that we also probably need to do as we consider the right level is speak to some of the regulatory community, because what's different with this sustainability standards now from where it's being applied currently is the mandatory application and likely supervision. And one of the things I've in our discussions with IFER on many of these topics is the first reaction is, we like what's in ISAs. Why can't you do what's in ISAs? Which sort of leads you down a certain path. But, you know, we haven't shown them what we were about to do either. And I think that's a really, particularly in light of the call today from IAASB and other engagement, we will also see what their expectations should be like. But I did want to get, there's a sense, I think where people around the table are pretty evenly split about the 220 element. But on the 250, 260 others, I think, is it about right? Or is it just the 220 thing that concerns people, or is it more systematic? The other thing I get from, maybe it was Ada's remarks, is the cumulative impact of when you add ISAs, will it just make the standard blow up? And I don't know, we'll know that until we draft the whole standard. Anyone else on the other parts? Because the whole focus has been on 220 so far.
Yeah, it is going to be long, no matter which way we do this. I mean, we have already pulled out all the requirements from 303410, and it is long. So, you know, we don't want to make this thing overly complex, and it has to be practical. So it's all those things we're trying to balance. The 250 starts on page 27, I think, and runs through for 4 or 5 pages, and 260 follows it immediately. So on 250, we've taken the approach of half a dozen, but with quite a lot of deletions, and on 260, wording changes in one case.
Any reactions on this, or sense that this is about right, Josephine?
Thank you. Of course, one of the things you could do with the standard becoming bigger and bigger is make it into a series instead. I know. Just teasing, obviously. So 250, yes, spot on again. I think that, and the specific changes you've made there are appropriate, because we are now focused on particular subject matter information now. So I thought that what you've done there was absolutely fine. Thank you.
Ada?
Yes, and here I would agree that this is a level of specificity that is much closer to what I was expecting. And we did send through a comment in respect of 250, Lynn, and I'll leave it at that. But here, the level of granularity and also the arguments for why the greater specificity was necessary made me feel more comfortable why this was added, because it also didn't make me believe that as a result 3000 should be amended for it. And that's not the sense what I got with the 220 inclusions. Thank you.
Kai?
Yeah, similar point to Edo's there. This feels more right for me. And just to clarify as well, if you, not to misunderstand my point earlier, I was not challenging quality management or that we need to obtain the same level. I'm just saying, is it set that it always have to be the same words as we had in 220? Now that we're writing a new standard, could we take the opportunity to write it in that context? And the standard we're writing is also covering reasonable and limited assurance. The ISAs are written in the context of reasonable assurance. is there or is there not a difference in some of these instances? And I think that's the principle that I'm challenging or wanting us to add and have in the back of our heads.
Point well taken. Bill?
Look, I think it's about right, and we're going to have a lot of views around the table. But the other part, which we're going to have a lot of views around the table, is what Kai has mentioned about changing the wording. And I would go with you, Josephine. I think keeping the wording the same is fundamental to this exercise, and we could make it into a nightmare for the staff, or the task force otherwise. But that's just my view. I think it's going to be one we need to resolve around the table.
I guess people are generally supportive right now, but I do need to go back to Etta, your point about the 3,000 point. I would be really, personally, I have a slightly different point of view on this. I'd be concerned if we view that as a real constraint to doing the right thing in this standalone standard. It may cause us to revisit 3,000 down the road, but I just think that there's going to be such an additional level of scrutiny for the application of this standard than 3,000 because of the public interest requirement demands for sustainability reporting and assurance going forward. So while I sort of keep it in the back of my mind, I don't want us to feel inhibited too much by your worry. So I played a slightly counter view on that point. I'll welcome your rebuttal to me if you.
Yes, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, Tom, but remember where I was coming from is a level of discipline not to blow the project timeline out of the water. Because I can at that point also argue a very significant amount of additional material from 315 being pulled in here or from other standards where if we apply the same level of argumentation.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly different argument then. It's a matter of discipline and only doing the minimum required to bring you up to a certain level of confidence in this standard to be applied consistently with confidence and completed in the time that we have ready, rather than 3,000 needs to be changed as a result. It's just a different thing that drives I think we agree in the same principle that it has to be done in a timely fashion. I just don't want 3,000 to be our constraint.
And sorry if I agree with that. Of course, we also need to look at 3,000 if we're pulling this in. Do we need to? And we need to be able to answer no at that particular point in time, or we change it. But the that level of it's working it together.
Got it. I think we're violently agreeing at this point. Bill?
I just like to violently agree as well. I think you said the right thing, Tom, is that this is important we get this right. And we haven't mentioned it today, but full credit to you for getting IAASB across. You know, that announcement this morning was first rate. And but having said all of that, there's a button that is that practitioners and non-practitioners are using 3,000 now, and it's fit for purpose. So that's just a bit of a leveler as well. That don't look at 3,000 as not being a good place to start. But I'm with you. We have to get this right.
I'll give IAASB full credit for their statement, but I'm glad that we've been interacting really well with them. It's one of the things to know over the last few months that the engagement with IAASB and FER and others has been very intense, and many people around this table have been really involved. So I think it's a culmination of that interaction where they recognized our work. So thank you, Bill, for the recognition, and thank you, IAASB, for recognizing our work. And we work with some humility going forward. Lynn, I think you got some good guidance, so caution, but roughly hitting the mark. A little bit concerned about 220, how deep we've gone there, and some ideas of whether how closely you want to stick to current language or not.
Yeah, no, it was very valuable. And this will not be the last time we have this conversation, I can assure you. There will be different views, but between us all, we will get to the right answer and the right judgment. So that's valuable. The only thing that stands between you reading the two papers you have now is question 10, which is there anything else you'd like to share with us that you haven't had the opportunity through all the other questions and all the other discussions over the last couple of days, the last week?
Josephine, did you just 10 back up? Okay. Yep.
I'm not sure it's in the significant impact category, but it is something that's slightly concerned me, and it's this. It's just one particular area, and it's where we've pulled from 3,000, where it's about the work of another practitioner. I'm sure Natalie will know where I'm going with this. We spent a lot of time, if you remember, the QM standards in 220 to make sure that it was very clear who was doing what work and how they interacted with the auditor. And because it's also QM, that QM is the foundation to that, if you like, the service provider. That's also in QM as well. So there isn't really, in my view, the idea of the work of another practitioner who's not a member of the engagement team anymore. It doesn't really exist anymore. And so, but it's in here. And I think what we need to do is we need to go back to the model we now have, and make sure 5,000 is certainly up to date from that perspective. But if there is this other thing that none of us have thought about, then let's explore that as well. But I think we did have a long discussions about this, and we did capture the fact that if they're performing procedures, then they are in the engagement team. But if they're providing evidence on which the assurance practitioner is performing procedures, then they're in the sort of expert outside the team. So it's just getting it in the right spot. That was all. Thank you.
Okay. Bill?
Just as there's no other comments, I made the comment the other day, or I think we all know that it's really important that this be done on a timely basis. It's quite different pace to other standards that have been set. I've just got to give you full credit for what you've achieved for this meeting is far beyond, I think, what many of us expected, and that's a real credit to you. I guess I'm now asking you the question whether are there processes, are there things you're doing on this different pace journey? I hope it's not just long hours of hard work. And I ask that quite seriously about whether you've worked out some ways that might enable this to be quick along the way.
Can I look, all the credit for all the hard work on this. Most of the credit has to go to the 3 staff who have really gone above and beyond to get us to this point. And given that I know there's a lot more work already done, the credit has to go to them. One of my concerns as a board member is we have to be very careful not to expect this pace from people. People can't work too many hours of too many days too often. So we obviously have to pace that. One of the things that we are putting in place, and tomorrow afternoon we will have the first meeting, is a drafting team. So we're going to use, I think Tom said when we were talking about TAs earlier in the year, we were going to create new ways of using TAs. Well, one of the ways we have thought about for this particular project is to use three of the TAs have kindly offered, at Natalie's prompting, to be part of a drafting team that will help us out on the priority areas over the next few months. And I think that's an example of us being not only agile, but using all the resources that we've got in a slightly different way. We've had drafting teams before, but this particular project, we're using drafting teams and a lot of staff and more frequent task forces. And we're just going to keep doing that until we get through it. It also means, though, that the feedback from staff, the judgments we're going to make are fine judgments. And so it's going to be really important to have good discussions around this board table, coming to conclusions and judgments as a result of that. So this is not going to be just the staff or just the task force or just the drafting team or just the board. This is only going to succeed if they all come together in an appropriate word, probably, in a sustainable manner, because we have to keep this pace up for the next 18 months or a couple of years. So, but that's what we got in place. We're also, you know, writing an issues paper takes a long time, so we didn't do them. We gave you the little blue bits on top. Nobody has come to me and said, I really missed the issues paper. So we'll continue to look at other ways to do things. I'd just like to put out the invitation that if anyone else can think of any other way that we can do this better, faster, more effectively, please share it with us, because I know Villy and the staff would be very happy to hear any good ideas of what we can do in a better way. We continue to find them. The task force have been really, the working group have been really useful in providing ideas, the staff. So, you know, any more, please, we welcome them.
Okay, any other comments, suggestions, reactions? Okay, thank you, Lynn and team. I know it's been a huge amount of work to get here, and it's team. And Warren, thank you for that innovation. I think you're the owner of the blue box non-issues paper introduction. So thank you. It must be all the time remote working with us that caused you to think of that great idea. Okay, anyone else? Anyone from the team want to raise anything? Great job. That's what I want to raise. Michael, anything from the PIOB perspective? Jim?
This time, no.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think that does conclude our official business today. Villy, you have anything you need to raise to the board? We have some reading to do. Tomorrow, what's left is the approval of 2 items: audit evidence and the sustainability assurance project proposal. We are scheduled to start at 9:30 a.m. We will run till we finish that. And I look forward to having a successful approval day tomorrow. Villy?
Sorry, Tom, just a reminder that although we only start at 9:30, remember Sue did say this morning the audit evidence task force will be available. So if anybody, so they will be around in the boardroom. So if anybody wants to check anything with them, they will be available.
As will the sustainability work group.
That's very nice of both of you. Okay, so we have some reading to do right now. It's been a really productive day and a really productive week. I think anyone who's observing all projects could see that we're making good progress on all of them. So thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow morning in session. I'll probably see many of you shortly, but have a good night.